Raz, raz. Tak. Raz, raz. Raz, raz. Dwa.
Kochani, no nie wiem jak to się stało, rok minął. Z częścią z osób widzę się tutaj po raz kolejny.
A year has passed. I see many of you here for the second time. We're starting the Script Fiesta Festival. It's the 5th edition. Mr. Maciej Ślesicki will greet you with his great speech, which will build up our morale for this week to come. At 10:15, Ewa Puszczyńska will appear on the stage. Mr. Ślesicki, who's the Chancellor of the Polish Film School, we would like to greet you all heartily. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is true, it's the 5th time already that we're meeting here, and I want to tell you that it's a sort of event which is very well embedded in the mission of the Warsaw Film School, because we call this a festival, of course, but the truth is this is in reality a huge educational event. It is enough to say that today's edition has a few thousand people registered, so we are teaching people. We try to teach you over this week all this that is in a way the most lacking in a Polish cinema, which means the script writing. Why is it so? Well, it is because when the European cinematography, especially Polish cinematography, is very personal, the directors write maybe for themselves. I shouldn't be the one to criticize this, because I'm the one who also wrote for myself when I was still making movies. But the truth is that this is not going to work. Our greatest director, Andrzej Wajda, never wrote a script for himself. Maybe once, which wasn't a great success, by the way. But apart from this, he only cooperated with people who know how to write scripts properly in the producer's cinematography. It is so, I'm talking about the United States here. It's usually like this: the script writer is a separate specialist and the director is a separate specialist, and you still have a producer over them who's like an umbrella, bringing them both together. In Europe, it's not very often. However, Ewa Puszczyńska, which you will meet in a moment, is an example of a creative producer, a fantastic producer who has an impact both on script writing and the final shape of the work. So what we all do here has a very deep sense. I'm very happy that this happens for the fifth time already, and even though the times are difficult, they are difficult especially for arts and culture. We are not willing to step back. We want to do this event every year. It's one of the most important events of the Warsaw Film School. This is as good as it gets for the beginning, my dear friends. Now let me pass the microphone to Agnieszka Kruk, who's the director of this festival and creates this festival, has been creating this festival for the last 5 years. However, before I do that, I would like to tell you that it is with a great hope that I'm looking forward to our meeting at 12. And don't be afraid. And also with a great hope, it's my great hope that you will learn a lot and you will get great advantage and edge from what you hear here, what will happen here. And I'm also very happy to see you all and to see the 5th edition of Script Fiesta, which I now declare to be open. Thank you very much, Maciej Ślesicki, the host of this event, and I would say the founder, the one who gave the idea. He told me, do a festival, and I did it. At that time, we were at the building of the Warsaw Film School building. This year, we're in this cult Warsaw Cinema Electronic. We hold a certain surveys after every event, and here you've got displayed up there the voices from the surveys, which we did. It was a survey that we did before this festival, and in those surveys before the festival, you wrote, "We would like to have comfortable chairs." It was our question. What would you like to have more in our Script Fiesta? And you said it's comfortable chairs. So you saw. I already knew. I see some people here that I recognize. We have people who come every year, and I would like to make this short exercise before we sort of start to flex our muscles and brains. Who's for the first time in this event? That's perfect. Oh, it's great. I heartily greet you here. It's a big applause for you. It is so. I will tell you what's still in front of you. It's like a motivational, inspirational kick to write. You will learn how to write. You will meet people who write. You will meet people who will share your experience, who know a lot more than we do. And sometimes they know more than we do all collectively together with Eva, because they have immense experience. You will also share the knowledge with people who are totally independent. They do not wait for the producer and those huge millions of dollars who will be poured into your project. These are the people who will show you how you can do an independent project and have your premiere at the festival in Gdynia. So this week is like a fantastic inspirational kick. You will meet a lot of people, many people with whom you will cooperate, hopefully. And I also invite you for a networking event tonight. I believe you will have a great fun. Just after we prepare for the Saturday's pitching. Who's for the second time in the event? Oh, very very nice to see you. Who's for the third time? Yes, I can see some people. Yes, I see Malvina. I already know your names. Who's for the fourth time? One person for the fourth time in the event. Dario, of course. Well, Dario, you here with us from the beginning. Who's for the fifth time? Yeah, of course, it's you obviously, and I'm obviously for the fifth time. In our questionnaire that we held before the event, we had 7 people stating that they'll be here for the 5th time. So if you are here, just get in touch with me and you will get a special prize. Because Mr. Maciej Ślesicki opened our event today, it's like officially opened now. I would like to invite you to our inauguration with the most important, the greatest, and I'm trying to collect all the quotations. The biggest Polish producer, probably the only woman who got an Oscar for a non-English film. We will verify that. Mrs. Ewa Puszczyńska, who's among other producer of Ida. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sort of bring down what's been told about. I'm not the greatest person. There are many really great producers in Poland. and it's just it happened so that our hard work was awarded us an Oscar. But I'm not the only person, and I'm not the greatest person. I'm sure it's not the case. I'm really happy to be invited here, and I'm very happy to have a chance to talk to you, ask me questions, because then I will know what's of interest for you apart from this, I would say, producer's pep talk. Ewa Boszczyńska, thank you very much for agreeing to come here. Of course, I would like to talk to you about the scripts. I would like to talk to you with you about Ida. As you told once, I was running after Mr. Pawlikowski in Puławska Street last year to talk to him, or parking in illegal spot without paying the fee. Could you tell me how the work over Ida's script looked like? It's a very long story, because Paweł started to write his script and he started to work over this project when he was in England. As you probably know, Ida is the first film of Paweł. It was Paweł's first film in Poland. He emigrated in Poland when he was 14. Of course, he came back to visit his family here, but never before he never before made a film in Poland. A moment came when he really wanted to make this film, and his idea he was backed by a British producer, Eric Abraham, who's one of the producers of Ida. He convinced Paweł that he supported his idea to make a film in Poland in Polish language, a 100% Polish film. It was started by Paweł in England, and he started to work with Karasimovich before the script. At the moment where the scenario was already, where the script was, a certain draft of it was ready, they came over with this script to Poland, looking for a producer. It was not. Nobody knew that it would be Opus Film and me who would produce that. They looked for somebody who would be the best. I met Paweł a year or maybe 2 years ago, before that, and we got along very well together. I watched all his films. I really enjoyed what he was doing. I also started to like him as a person, as a very knowledgeable person in terms of film, books, and erudite, and also a very warm person. And when it occurred that I was producing together with Opus with the film, we started also to read and analyze the script. This script was then changed 100%. It was totally changed. The first draft was a story, a much more elaborate story, a much more political thing, a much bigger, not such a small individual film. It was like a big work. Then we talked to Paweł and we agreed that it's not exactly what he meant, and I supported him, because from that script, what I liked, it was only one idea. It was a motive of a nun and her aunt. And I wouldn't like to say here that it was my remarks or my talks with Paweł caused that we sort of parted ways with Czarek Karasimovich, because it wasn't so. It was boiling silver in the background, at the back of Paweł's head. He just needed maybe a bit of inspiration, somebody to tell him that it's not exactly the story that you want to tell. And later we started to work on the script once again from the very beginning, and because we knew that we will be co-producing it, I already had an insight of all the stages of working on this scenario, because Paweł really likes, during his writing, he likes to have a sparring partner during his writing. He writes scripts by himself. However, during his writing, he needs someone to share his ideas, with whom he could throw to and fro his ideas, with whom he could discuss what happens in his head. It is very often that these sparring partners become the co-authors of the script, and even though they have this credit, please believe me, this is a story written by Paweł. After Czarek Harasimowicz, the sparring partners of Paweł was a British writer. She writes mainly for the theatre. Rebeka Lenkiewicz. She has nothing to do with Poland. It's just her mother married for the second time, and her second husband was Polish, and Rebecca bears his name, but she's a 100% British. Until a certain moment they wrote this script together. Rebecca has a credit for this, but truly, to be quite honest with you, every writer works in a different way. We're talking here about the case of Pawlikowski and his movie Ida. Paweł never closes his script. It's always a process. It's always a work in progress. It's always changing when we have the cast, when we start to talk with the actors, when we start our rehearsals, and we start the first readings, and this then evolves over time. Just to finish with this answer to this question, when the American Academy asked me to send this script for Ida so that they could have it in their library, we had to sit down and write down it from the screen, because there was no script set in stone. There were many motives. We had several drafts, and none of them was 100% as what we saw later on the screen. Well, Paweł Pawlikowski also sent me to read the story in The Guardian, or the whole story of the script. It is a fantastic story. You're working now on the new film. This work is about the same. It's the same process. Paweł Pawlikowski needs a producer who gets justice to him. They support each other in the process. Yes, because this is the only way you can cooperate with Paweł. It's a work that when he starts to write a script, I close. Yes, of course, I really want to work. I knew very well. We talked about many stuff. Film after Ida, but my heart was with a story that we will be working at right now. I managed to sort of coax him in this way, but I think it's also because he liked the story the most, but he needed to convince himself. The process. Third draft of the scenario at the moment, and his sparring partner in writing the first draft was Janusz Głowacki, a very well-known personality, a very well-known writer. We really wanted to have Janusz working with us because he knows the era of the film. He knows it very well. Ida was set in the 1960s. Now we're working on the 1950s. So we sort of made a step back for one decade. So all the former drafts and all the further changes were made. And now we've already made the first preliminary shots when read the text from the script, and it occurred that some lines which look very good on paper, they are not very good in the film. They're not very good to be spoken out by a character. So this writing is like a creative process which goes throughout the whole film. The last question refers to your cooperation with Paweł. I ask the people here in the audience to ask questions. Just bear in mind that Eva has to leave at 11:30, so if you have any questions, ask our volunteers. They have microphones set. They are ready to receive your questions. If you have any questions, just talk to our volunteers. Ewa Płaszczyńska has to leave 11:30 sharp. You have Eva, you have an immense experience. You cooperate on international level. I would like to come back to this mode of cooperation with Paweł Pawlikowski, and also to this topic of a late debut. I was in a meeting in Film Spring Open with you last year. You said, "Well, I started off very late." He also debuted quite late for a person whose 40 plus. It's a very promising idea to make a late debut. Could you tell me how do you what's your perception of this? Also had the questions from surveys, from market participants. If you're over 50, can you still make debut as a scriptwriter? It is my firm belief that it's never late for anything in your life. We make late debuts for many different reasons. I also started off in my career very late. And I think that you must not think that if you're 50 or 40 plus, then the world has ended for me. The end is nigh. It might be the best time in your life to start off a new career. Apart from the talent, apart from the time that you devote to your work, I'm referring here to script writing. It's a huge, immense work. You need time, you need certain psychological, immense of work, patience, and that exactly at this moment, 50, we have those, and we at the right moment, at the right time, at the right place to, but also in geographical sense. Believe me, age has nothing to do here. It might be the first and the last scenario that you write, but why not? Why not to start when you're 50? I see nothing wrong with that. It's even good because it shows that we're living as long as we are creative, as long as we have ideas and we want to do something with it. Profession, I would say, any sort of place for total beginners, the greenhorns. Yes, of course. I'm working right now with a person who's just sort of making his first step. He's a greenhorn. He's Israeli. He comes from visual arts, and he never made any sort of artistic film before. He graduated from a film school in Amsterdam. He wrote a script that his Amsterdam school sent to me with a request to read through it and to we started to work on this around 2 years ago. It really grabbed me by the throat. I was looking for a scenario talking about the theme that is interesting about. So yes, there is a place for the beginners. If it's someone who's interesting, if the story is captivating, if it's an interesting person, whether you're starting off or you're experienced. I was also very interested in the fact that based he grew out of visual arts, so he has a different approach to it. He wants to tell a story through film. Do we have what are those topics or themes that I told you I was grabbed by the throat? Well, the topics will touch me at the emotional level. They need to be an important person. And this topic and this film that we're still not completed. It talks about the trips of Iceland were used to concentration camps in Poland. It's not the most, I would say, it's not a simple story with a Holocaust, with a vodka, sex, and it's for which Holocaust is being used, camps are being used. It's also an element that was very interesting for me. Poland is seen as an anti-Semitic country. Poland is also has to be done, and it has to be, the story has to be told. I'm very happy to join us. We have three issues. The question that you might influence Mr. Pavlikov and in a magical to us to meet us here, because Oscar is a sort of award that shares that we have to share this joy with Mr. With the director. The second thing is it's a question to you. It's, I would say, scientific, partly scientific. I'm talking about sources. In many critiques, there were arguments that it's not exactly in accordance with the history. They were about the alter of the aunt, that she was different, she was much more cruel, etc., etc. Is it true? Was it this that alter ego? You as a producer working in a company which is, I would say, the number one after this Oscar in Poland, how do you perceive the situation of Polish cinematography? Is this ship already, has it already sunk, or are we still sort of floating on the surface? Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy for this. To ask Paweł, asking Paweł to come here, I will make sure that I will try, but I can't give you any guarantee. The answer to your first question. To answer your first question, yes, Paweł met the alter ego Wanda in mirror a person one-to-one. It's usually a character. It's a combination of different whom Paweł met on, also a result of certain books and read about this. So absolutely arguments and critiques that the lady who was the, I would say, for our wonder, I believe these things are, they are useless and groundless. It means that somebody does not understand the cinema and does not understand what the movies are about. We were not doing a historical film. The emotions were important. For us, the story of this film was important. The development of Wanda in this film, how human she is. So I didn't really care for all those critics, and I didn't pay attention to them. To answer your next question, how do I perceive cinema? Seafaring very well. It's still doing very well. And you all here worthiness in a way. I wouldn't overplay Ida as a film. We have a lot of success in the world, and right now Polish cinema, before anybody, the Polish films, even before somebody says, well, another Polish grey sad film, the people will at least go through the first 20 minutes of the film. Maybe it was the Oscar, maybe it was the Ida, maybe people look at us through the we still like very individual, or makes us stand out. There was a time of the Romanian cinema, and it's now coming back right now. Right now, we will see on the 14th. We will see the films of during the awards. There were 4 Romanian films who stand a chance, and there were still no Polish films. We were still somewhere in the background. We had a chance in Berlin. Tomek received an award for the script. So Berlin is closer to us, and of course the Palme d'Or in Cannes would, for the young generation of the Polish cinema, after all those changes would be really, really appreciated. And I'm joking right now that I'm working for a Palme d'Or in Cannes, and then I'm going to retire. So please cross your fingers for you. I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much. Show yourself. Good day. I have maybe two questions, very simple ones and very short ones, but I hope they're quite interesting to all of us sitting here in the audience. Basing on your experience, how many scripts do you read every year? And whether the script, if you have a script from a beginner sends you an email, do you just delete it straight away? Or do you go through it? I don't know your industry, so I don't know what it works like. How it works like. I'm reading a lot of scripts. Exactly sure. I'm reading a lot of scripts also from abroad, foreign scripts, but I get a lot of them from Poland too. I'm always doing my best. Saying that I'm very sorry, but I don't have any power, so to say, to read your story. Even it might be something fantastic, it might be a fantastic story. Maybe I would lose something, but a week has only 7 days, and every day has only 24 hours, and you cannot be all the time at this stage that you're always taking new things on the blog, because I believe it was fantastic. You can drive yourself to such a point that you won't be able to handle all the things that you've taken, and you're not able. You start to fail. You're not able to talk to the artist. You're not able to work with them. You're not able to concentrate. So even if I have time to read, but I do not have time to deal with the project, then I kindly answer that I'm very sorry, but I will not even go through it, because I just don't have enough, sorry to use this, I don't have the horsepower. But I'm always trying to answer the mails. I'm trying to read through the first 2 pages. If it's not interesting, I'm answering that thank you, but it's not for me. Sometimes I get, well, ladies and gentlemen, I get over 100 emails a day. Sometimes I lose something in this flood of information, so I'm always repeating, if there's something really important for you, please write to me. I'm not answering my phone, so don't call me. I'm not calling phones, the numbers I don't know, but you can always write to me. When I finally decide and I say that I will read through your scenario, I always agree that you send. I always ask for another email in 2 weeks, because I might not have time over those 2 weeks, but I always try to be in touch. So I'm sorry in advance, and sorry to everybody who wrote to me and didn't receive the answer from me, because it might happen like this. For 2 weeks after the festival. The day after that, she goes to a festival to Istanbul. Yes, I did. I have a question. Got so much recognition throughout the world, and it's a sort of a story, a very personal film, but a very strong one. And I have a question here about your interest in stories and other projects. Do you feel it's closer to you, such stories which worked because Ida worked, or are you always open to new types of films, or films that bring up new problems in different horizons, in different perspectives, but it's something that interests you? Yes, of course. I'm absolutely open to new perspectives and new problems. I would like to produce a very good comedy, a social comedy or romantic comedy. Planeta Singly, the planet of the singles, enjoys a great success. It's not my favorite. I shared many of my remarks and my criticism with the makers of the film. I believe it could have been much better, but should we do such films? Yes, of course we should do it. But I'm not the one who would like to do them. I would like to make a special comedy, a typical romantic comedy. Yes, maybe, but slightly different from the Planet of the Singles. I am quite open, but I like a wise film. I like a film which, under the surface of and fun, has something deeper, something that will cause the people, when they will be leaving the cinema, they will the theater, they will think about it. And those social, which ones did you like? Well, the English. I'm very interested in that. And I believe they do it very, very well. It's very difficult. The titles did not spring to mind. If you can sort of Love Actually is a romantic comedy. I'm talking here about social comedies. A film. Billy Elliot. No, it was earlier. But it was a film about shutting down of mines in Wales. Yes, I saw this film. Pride, yeah, about the gays supporting the coal mines. It's a great film, and it's the sort of a cinema that interests me. It's not huge, it's not spectacular, but it's very intimate. But it tells you about something. I also like films which make me cry. So when they tell you about people uniting, you have the communities being thing becomes important for one single person, and we still lack that in Poland. Like something like this seen here. That's meeting with the creators, with this young director of this film. It's a great story. We watched this film together, and he was commenting how they were preparing this film and making it. If you have a chance, see it. The title is Pride, as how the miners support the gay movement, the gay rights movement. It's a great story. It's a touching and moving story, and it talks about important topics. Any further questions? You have to. Magda Szybków, I would like to come back to Ida. You use this. You said we were writing a script, so in a way. So you also had in the creation of the script. I would like to ask you how what this cooperation look like in could you case in terms of the director exactly. Well, my part in this work draft, and then we talk about it. When we're talking about this, what for me personally try not to feelings I want to look as an idiot because I don't want to say the fact maybe I as an idiot, but I don't like this or that, and I have to share my criticism with them because otherwise this cooperation will end. And it was so because at each we met, we sat together, and I told, and I said what didn't work for me, what's touchy for me, what or is sort of not matching to this atmosphere. We didn't talk a lot about the structure of the film, how the script is being built, but we were talking about the characters and emotions. And it is the same story now. At the moment, I have no constraints whatsoever. I always say what's on my mind, and I remark on but in this way, selecting the actors of locations every single stage we watch first I saw get away from Ida, because when we started on this new else we sat over this, and right now we are this well, with Ida, you also said a very interesting thing, that you went to Venice. They didn't want us in Venice. Then somebody else didn't like you, and then it's in a big Oscar film did not. Well, our goal was clear. We knew that we will not manage by the time the building will be done, but then we had to film it because of the weather. It was this until. One more remark. Paweł always, and I think this is and it's complicated the process of this, but it's very Paweł main block when we shoot, then we edit and try play with the material, as you say. We have days to shoot additional material, and only after that we know what film we on our hands, what film we spend in the editing room. We spent 3 months there, and I think thanks to this weather and during this time we experimented a lot. We wanted to send this film to the world, but we asked ourselves the question with everybody else. Point, Paweł came over to me and said, "Listen, I finally know what film I want to make." "It's better late than never," I said. "Okay, write it down, what you already know." And he wrote it down, and we needed 12 additional shooting days. We had 5 left from our main base, so the additional 7, it was absolutely impossible to finance. We sat down, I promise you that I will give you 4 additional days. You have 9 days to yourself. but I made one more condition. I gave him one more condition because Pavel comes from a documentary, and his films are the camera and look what's happening in front of the camera. Backgrounds on the stage with the actor. After that, he would bring you over the and we managed to do it over those 8.5 days. Instead of 35 shooting days he had 39 and a half, as he sometimes reminds me. This is how it happens. Of course, it is not always that you will have, I don't know if we have directors here, but it's not always that you will have additional shooting days, that the producer will be able to ensure this. But such a break for you to think about it, to look what you've managed to shoot, where you are, is very, very useful, and it's extremely important. If it is possible, even with a it's worth trying. We have a question. Yes? You were talking about late debut. How could you tell us about your path to becoming a producer? I once said in an interview, I came from the street. My son reacted, "Mother, from the street?" Well, it's true. I'm a person, I'm an English philologist, me too. Then I studied philosophy a bit because I found joint opus. Before that, I was translating dialogue. Working away on those on those dialogues, and then enjoyed it a lot. They asked me, a friend was looking for someone with a very good English, and a friend of a friend was looking for someone who would go. They had some sort of dispute. They were negotiations. Jensen didn't manage to English well enough to. I said, try new things. I'm not afraid of new challenges. Maybe I said, well, not to worry. No, but in the worst case, they will just not ask me the second time. Everything went very well. According to Opus, was very happy. They paid me and they said, "Thank you very much." And I still continued to write this, to translate those scripts. And then I get another phone. And after a number of phones, I had several situations like this. I had another call, and I got a request to interpret during a pre-production meeting. They asked me to interpret an Italian operator and producer who was preparing a commercial of Nauentrowianka, a mineral water. I said I never did that, but I went there. Everything worked very well. They paid me, and exactly 2 weeks ago, during the day, I get a phone call. There were still no mobile phones. I remember. They said, They called me. Could I immediately come to Łąkowa to the filming studio because the director just fired his interpreter who was to interpret during his work, and she asked to have me. I said I can't do it immediately, but in 2-3 hours, if the offer is still valid, I could come. it was required. So the first in my life. Was both the operator, and it occurred to interpret the terminology for the Polish technical crew. So now I know everything, and I can translate from English. But at that time, it was an absolutely new thing for me. So it was very special for me when the director asked for something which is called flag. I said flaga. They said they don't have anything like flaga, and the director, I tell, why? How come they don't have a flag? And he was looking for. He started to browse through his things, and he pulls out something that Polish operator says, Murzyn. Of course, we do have a Murzyn. It was quite hilarious, especially that we had a black-faced person, because Murzyn is a black person, so it was quite funny to working on during the shooting. In the morning, when I was interpreting between two people, I suddenly hear the laugh of the whole crew. I was interpreting between Polish. I was already so tired that I was so dazed by the whole situation. But it was my first day during the shooting, and I will never forget it. And it was the beginning. And Piotr Dzięcioł afterwards called me and asked if I would not join the Opus team. Of course, I couldn't. I had to close down a few of my own affairs, but I joined them, and I've been there with them now. I have been with them for over 20 years now. I started off quite late. I started when I was 40, so it's easy to calculate how old I am now. Quite an interesting story. We have more questions. You said that you don't have a lot of time. You have thinking whether such a success like Ida was doesn't impact the development of couldn't you invite to cooperate more people who would also read scripts, or there is no correlation between the commercial and the artistic success and the further development of the producer company? Because I understand that after Ida you get more scripts coming in. And don't you have many more people for more to manage? I'm sorry to answer that, unfortunately not. I'm the owner of Opus. I am also the head of development. However, symbolical. A certain unit which would be strictly developing unit, somebody who would there should be people who would be reading and assessing the script, and in the meetings they would say, this is something very good, we should really look into it, and development unit should develop the script. The people from this unit should also producer who would then take over the task from them and would start to work on the further drafts and of the script and the casting and etc., and then would finance the film and produce it. I also have my own company. I started it 6 years ago. Right now, I started to produce the first film through it. I did a lot of things through it. It's co-owned by my grown-up daughter. She's working mainly through this firm. I would like to do something like that at my company. However, I can't manage. I don't have for this right, you pay to for this production, so that at least for half a year I could get on board someone who would go through those scenarios and read them. Sounds promising. Correct. With the young Israeli scriptwriter we talked about. Yeah, we saw. Yes, we saw the one in the spring open. Is very strong. It's very moving. I'm also working. I've been working for the last 2 years over a film of a German director, Robert Schwentke, a director who for the last few years has been working in Hollywood. He made Red, Insurgents. One of the series, a lot of, I would say, high-budget films. A closer to the house. It's a very moving. German army, and he's being pursued. He's cop. There's shoot them. So from victim into executioner and into and then condemned to death by the Americans. Also, I'm a producer of a Georgian film which tells of young people who hijacked was killed. They were caught. It's a film not only talks about the too high penalty for a crime, but it also tells a story about the two parallel streams of life. One when you tell at your home, when you talk about this horrible the lives, the case of those young people. These were the families of young people who were privileged. It's like the film many levels. These are the films I'm working with right now. There's one more film I would like to tell you about. It's a project which will hopefully be ready until by the end of the next year. I've been working over it. Yes, it's a film that I would like to do with a Georgian, with Argentinian director. The script, quite interestingly, is being written by Martin Kaparos, the one who wrote the book Hunger, which is being published in Poland right now, and it enjoys a great success here. It's a great book. It's very moving. A show of hands. Who wants to ask a question? Yes, we have some people here. I ask my volunteers to ask breaks. You mentioned that you're working with the scripts from all around the world, and you read a lot of them. If you were to talk about the strong sides and the weak points of the Polish script writing in comparison to the international script writing, my experience says that the biggest Polish sin is that you prematurely believe that the script is ready. I quite often get a script as a closed script that it's ready to be, it has to be produced now. I think that this will change. I think that Script Fiesta will do this immense work to make you realize that script is not something you write over a weekend. Sometimes you have to do several dozen drafts. Sometimes you hit the wall, and sometimes you don't know what to do. Then you have to invite a partner. You need to invite someone who would take over this run from you. You know, I think this is the biggest sin that you are too quick to produce a script. There's also a very important issue of dialogues. Dialogues which are on the paper, when you read them, they look fine. However, when you put them in the mouth of living personalities, of actors, you have to change them, or sometimes rewrite them from the scratch. Sometimes you have to, and really you have to be ready that, to this cooperation of two different people, the director and the scriptwriter. And this is my sincere hope that we will have more and more specialized director and specialized scriptwriters. Right now in Poland we have this sort of double specializations. The directors make scripts for the films. For me, if you work in a team, if a director takes a story from a scriptwriter and tells the story in his way, in his own personal way, it's only value added. It's very, very important. I think this is the biggest sin we have here in Poland. You pay too little attention and you do too little work to write another draft so that it's finally really perfect. But of course, I'm not trying to say that all the scripts that are coming from outside of Poland are fantastic and ingenious, etc. No, some of them are really, really bad, badly written, stupid stories, shallow. So please, work without any inferiority complex. Sometimes we might be, let's say, far away from being perfect, but let's work without any inferiority complex. Well, it's a good thought to be left with. You do not need to send the script to the producer. It's enough to sometimes the producer would like to see just a treatment, like a storyline, which would allow him to judge the story. Ladies and gentlemen, treatments and storylines can have so many versions. Sometimes it requires a lot of drafts before you even know how it's going to look like, and only then you start a script. Sometimes we do discuss this with Martin Kapalos, with whom I met with Berlin. The first treatment is enough. Let's not leave. He said, one treatment is enough. Let's not waste time for this. Let's work on a script. But this has to be a certain team. This has to be a certain discussion over this. I would like to also address an issue which I also talked about: women in the business. You, in several interviews, said that you're possibly the only person who got Oscar for the production. Well, this is not true. I verified it myself. The Danish got it also. A Danish woman got Oscar for production of Susanne Bier. So I'm not the only one, but I'm in a very good company, and I'm the only Polish woman who got an Oscar. Well, yeah, it's a great minority. It's it's an exquisite minority. We will also have a panel during our festival about women in filming. Well, it's a topic that sort of is being discussed in the last few years quite intensively. The women among characters, more and more women directors, and more attention is being paid to say. What's your business? Well, the statistics are showing clearly that we're in the minority, and there are not less of us, but we are in inferior position. I think there are fewer of us, but what I see in my sorry to say that we like to work more. We're not as lazy. We get more producers, female producers with time. Let me share one thing with you. I would like us to be treated equal footing, because we are equally talented, equally wise, organized. That's why if somebody says we are women, so we, or somebody should, it's a sort of a handicap. Somebody treats us as somebody who's weaker. Of course, we do have a different anatomical build, but we are human. The men. How's your work with men on the set? You're slightly taller than me, but you're not tall as a tree. How do you feel working with men? There's a very nice picture from my discussion with Pawlikowski during the filming of Ida, when Pawlikowski is towering over me, and I'm talking up to him. I think it does not really matter whether it's a man or a woman. I think it all depends on the relations. If these relations are well worked out at the good level of mutual trust and confidence. It is my trait of character that I really like to, and I befriend people. I try not to cross a certain line. I try to separate being a friend. Because sometimes when we get when we start to talk about certain touchy things, when I say I'm very sorry, but this is absolutely impossible, then sometimes being too much of a friend makes it very difficult, because I would really want I would want the people who work with me to know that I really want to. If I can't, then I can't. I try to develop such a relation, and it worked out with Paweł. If one of us said, "Trust me," in a very heated debate, when those arguments were not enough, then the other one was backing out. So there were not too many such situations. We discussed things quite a lot. There were not many arguments, thankfully. At the in a set very comfortable partner from Denmark in at a later, so we could only give them the sound, because if you co-produce something, what you get once you get something from a country, then you have to give it back. You could only give them back the sound, but then and it was Hans Christian Egil. Very happy. He composed the music. You watched Ida and you know that there's a lot of ambient music and natural music sort of eases out from the film's plot. This music was used in few spots, maybe 2 minutes altogether, but the sounds from his composition than his composition itself. The music is composed, not bad by itself. It's when the Ida walks away. I went to back, and he calls me the next day after I came back, and he said, "I'm sorry, but this." He calls me and says, "I'm sorry, does not go well with the film. We have a different music." I say, everything together, and then he used the magical word, "Trust me. Before you say anything, I'll send you the link, and I you to understand absolutely because you have the light." This film, this music has the light towards which Ida goes. For some, this going to the light is like going back to the monastery. Sometimes some new light, and in this Danish music, important whether you're a man or the relation is important. Yes, I know that profession has no gender. I've heard this. Before. Edyta Olszówka, I'm very happy to be able to be with you in this meeting. We are being shaped by the knowledge, by experience, but also by our tastes. I think in the film it's very important, taste is very important. I know that many scripts are sort of, you can't read them because of the lack of time, and you also said that you take part in selecting the actors and locations. What's your support group? Because I understand that you're not believing in your own omnipotence and omniscience. I also understand that you don't want to be a monopolist. Who's supporting you? It's not maybe your family, but I believe some revolutionary scripts are not perceived very well initially. Something can be too scary, too innocent. You. There were many creators like this whose scripts were rejected. Whom do you address? This is my question. Do you have any consultants of different ages who also talk to you and have their say when you are in terms of making a choice? Of course, I do have a lot of doubts, and my self-confidence falters quite a lot. At Opus, well, it doesn't matter. In Opus and elsewhere, if I give this script. If something really exhilarates me, I give it also to the co-producers, Piotr Dzięcioł, Łukasz Dzięcioł, or our managers, and we discuss this. But I also try to go a step outside of the circle. I have a lot of friends in the film industry. These are the people who also, both in Poland but also abroad, also deal with distribution of films, who sell films, who are sales agents or distributors of the films, or other my director friends who I know will be frank with me, and who will, particularly in a very broad meaning of the word, would approach this issue. I also use the script doctoring. So first I ask a few, well, it's not a great thing to say, but these are people from abroad who read a draft, and then we talk about it. So it's not one single organized support group. But among my filming friends, I try to verify my own selections, my own ideas. I do not have a concrete, always the same support group, which is unfortunate. Therefore, I believe that such a unit, especially for such a big company like Opus, which would have people who would deal with development, that would be their profession. They would be able to read and analyze scenarios, because this is extremely important and it is extremely necessary. I have this need and I try to educate myself in this. I really wanted to, and I didn't manage due to lack of time, but one day it will come. I would use some sort of a script writing workshop which would show me a technical analysis. Of course, I know the basic rules of script writing, this basic rule of 3 acts that we were talking about, because I think this is the absolute foundation, and after that you can do whatever you like with what you write. We have more and more stories which are not linear, which are not being told in linear way. They are told in a most crazy way. So the world is changing, the cinema is changing, the storytelling is changing, and we have to adapt to that. So I think the producers will increasingly meet such texts which are written in a different way. Such an example, and I will come back to my experience, is this Israeli text, this Israeli script. Some people saw this a great disadvantage, that script also included a very detailed way of realization of the film, because we want it to be produced in a different way, and for us it is absolutely necessary to shoot this film in exactly the way that we wrote in a script. Of course, we met with people who like it a lot, and these are especially young people who are open to the world, to what's happening in the world and in the cinema. At the same time, we face a lot of criticism that it gets in the way of reading, it gets in the way of story, it doesn't allow to concentrate on emotions. Which is also, well, it might be also true. That's why we have a text which is written by Franz Rodenkirchen. It's a German gentleman who deals with script doctoring in Bingen Institute. He was working in Bingen Institute when it was still there, and in Script Station in Berlin. And he wrote a text about writing text. He said that even the form, how the text is written, how the paragraphs are formed, whether it's very dense or less dense, it's very, very important for the reader. In our script, in the beginning, for the first 5 pages, you have no dialogues. And this suddenly might become a great difficulty, a great obstacle in reception. Somebody might say, okay, there's no point in reading it further, because this script and the way it's written requires effort. So if you compare this, if you've got, let's say, the same person reading the script of Paweł Pawlikowski, which is a great read, where you have no technical descriptions, it's just a story with dialogues, where you have really a lot of dialogues. What's between the dialogues will be decided by Paweł when he finds the location and the author and the actors, etc., etc. And it's quite the reverse in case of the Israeli script, where everything is being written down, because everything takes place in one hotel room, and we really need to explain to the people that this will be a film and not a film theater play. And this is extremely important, how to write, especially an untypical script, in such a way that it would encourage reading, not push away from the reading. I don't know if I answered your question, but I hope I answered your question. Maybe I will manage to persuade Piotr Dzięcioł to spend some money to organize such a group for everybody. Of course, Script Fiesta will help you in recruitment. I think there's plenty of people who would like to enter this profession. We still have time for 2 questions, of which the last will belong to me. So Anna Benedict, I was slightly stressed out by this question, and Anna, I was motivated by the Olszówka. I would like to ask a question, or maybe two questions. I would like to ask you about the prevention. How, when you were working over a script, I believe it's a very delicate issue, this Jewish cause, and what you were talking about, this Amsterdam student. I believe it's quite an important topic. It's a sort of reconciliation with the past. When you're talking about Holocaust in 1968, we do not have such films relating to Israel, and you see it when you see those young people who come over here to visit the Nazi concentration camps. It is a part of their education here, and we see how they behave in the concentration camps or in the cemetery, and you can see that there's no education towards us. They treat Polish people as anti-Semitic. And in terms of Ida, I heard a lot of opinions that it's anti-Semitic film, anti-Polish film, mostly by people who never saw this film, but joined this sort of a sheep run, this run against Ida. Yeah. So, do you take this? Do you take into account those? Criticism of those pseudo-critics who are, as I said, some people who say that this is in my view, it's a sort of a deviation that people can speak in such a way, especially people who don't know anything about cinema, because they try to verify it from the political point of view. My second question is, what do you think about this form that is being played right now? For example, the Son of the film Szawła, which is I would say very experimental film. The Son of Saul. I was very tired. It looked like a computer game, and then I talked with the director, and he said that it was supposed to be exhausting. I don't know if I like this, but okay. Let me answer your second question right now. For me, well, I don't like the film The Son of Saul. Didn't touch me at all. I left the cinema stone cold. I saw it several times. For the first time I saw it, I was totally unmoved. I said, well, am I really such a cold bitch? I need to saw it for the second time, because during the first showing, people were crying. They couldn't speak for half an hour afterwards. Well, I saw it for the first time in Jerusalem, which is also shows something, during a closed presentation, during a closed screening. And I saw it for the second time, and it was exactly the same. I didn't think about it like as of a computer game, but I watched this film from a technical point of view. How it was made. It is very well edited and very well produced. They showed Auschwitz, not really showing the barracks. They caught people, but it didn't move me at all. I didn't like the ending at all. I believe it was taken from a totally different movie. I also think it's a film which has nothing to do with Judaism, etc., etc. So I also know the director, and I knew this script from the very beginning, because this script was developed in Jerusalem Film Lab. When I go from the very beginning and I listen to those drafts and I read them, and I knew it. And there was moments it didn't work out. In terms of time, they were already ready to film, and for in our case, the collaudations were in 3 months' time. I knew the director, and I sort of expected that this film might be like this after I met the director. And here, of course, the director has the right to tell a story as he pleases, in this form too. There were reviews which said that it's the first film that told about Auschwitz and told about the Holocaust. It's so close to the reality, even though many artists say that it's impossible to tell it, but in this case it's so close to the person, and it's so close to this hell that the director managed to do it. I'm not sure if this is so, if this being exhausting was a part of the form, because Agnieszka Holland sometimes are also taken as there were reviews that they are also so exhausting, this exhaustion. But I would not take away from the director the right to use the form that he pleases to tell a story. Back to Ida. The first critical voices which you mentioned appeared. I didn't want to say dropping any names. The first silence and the first remark. Well, the Germans will be very happy that you made this film. I, of course, played stupid and said, I don't understand. Well, they said, in this film you do not say at all that there was Nazi occupation, that there were Germans, that he killed because he was afraid. So it seems that he killed because he wanted a house. Even if he killed because he wanted a house, he killed. And then I learned to be totally indifferent to all this criticism, because in the beginning, Pavel especially in the interview, that this film is about. Film is how big history impacts the life, how we find ourselves in our own lives, how we find ourselves in concrete points of our lives, what is important, how we were born or how we were brought up, etc., etc. This film is absolutely, well, it's just a distant echo of what happened between the Poles and the Jews, and I think it's very sincere, it's very honest. I think it's very well balanced too. Yes, of course, the Jewish the Jewish communities said that this film is deeply anti-Semitic. So I think it's very well balanced due to this. 11:30. I know that you're very much in a hurry. One final advice to our scriptwriters. I believe that you should read, and read. And then, only then, write, and write. As I already said, do not forget the sacred rule of 3 acts. If you will manage, if you will learn the foundations of your workshops and skills very well, then you can play with them as much as you like. You can develop them in as many ways as you like. And this is my sincere wish for you, because you can do a lot of fantastic things in the cinema, starting from a different script. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Ewa Puszczyńska. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank her that she managed to find a moment in her very densely packed schedule to meet with us. I'll tell you what is our schedule for the rest of the day. We're here until 15:30, maybe. At 12:15 we have a meeting with the Creativity Fair. Who doesn't know what's a Creativity Fair? Creativity Fair is an event which evokes a lot of emotions. Mr. Maciej Ślesicki brings scriptwriters to the stage here, the volunteers, and the scriptwriters come to the stage, they tell about the project, and then Maciej Ślesicki says, what's good in the project and what needs to be worked with. And he tends to be quite direct in his commentaries, but it's very inspiring. It's a very strong experience, especially for those that are on the stage. So be supportive, please. And for all of you who watch this, it's a great occasion to learn something. At 4, we start the preparation to pitch Fiesta. 2 hours of workshops. The first part will be held by me. What is pitch Fiesta and how to prepare for this, you will see. It's a short exercise. In the second part, we'll do 100% to a producer. We have Artur Wyrzykowski, who's here with us, and we'll have Anna Szymeczka, the head of producers in our team. They will answer your questions during the break. Now, we will collect from you questions to producers. You will get special pieces of paper on which you could write your questions. Afterwards, a glass of wine and a networking game. So not exactly cooperation style, but we will integrate in a more organized way than before. Also, we will see today the film Dziewczyna z szafy, and so once again, please be welcome to Script Fiesta. We've already passed the first meeting. In front of us, the creativity fair at 12:15. So you have time to get a nibble, collect your ID cards. The coordinator of Script Fiesta is Eva, who's here with me, and our volunteers who are at your service. Enjoy your break.
Nie ten tylko, że trzymam.
Aha, okej.
Trzymam. Mikrofonu słuchawki, to też mówią, że jest lekkie szumy są.
Aha. No możemy też podpiąć do tego mikrofonu, tak jest. Mogę wyłączyć kompa, bo wystarczy mi już baterii na ten.
Nie, to akurat nie jest problem, tylko pan ja mogę sobie podłączyć.
Właśnie nie wiem, musisz coś się... Aha, okej, dobra.
To są ich słuchawki.
Gdzieś tam.
To jest wyjście z tego.
Jezus, fuck, co to jest za laptop?
Właśnie do tego. Słuchaj, to jest mikrofon,
No,
a tamten.
tam jakiś śmierdzi szczurem.
Jeśli go odepnę,
No,
tak jak teraz,
no.
to mam pusty mikrofon. Teraz potrzebuję go podpiąć,
Pod to.
podpiąć.
No to potrzebujesz kabel damski duży jack i przejściówka duży jack mały.
Mamy na gdzieś nie ma jego.
Nie macie.
Zobacz, mamy tak. To jest nasz teren. Chyba, że od mikroportu wziąć
Od mikroportu, tylko że od mikroportu.
Tych tam jest
kabel
męski.
Ale mamy dwa,
Mamy
kabel damski.
damski, a ogarnąłbyś to? Zobaczylibyśmy, bo mamy to...
Gdzie jest damski? Gdzie on był teraz?
Nie wiem, ale jakby to się... Poczekaj,
Aktorski
a poczekaj. Tak, już przepraszam, nie będę gniótł już. Słuchaj, on mówi do tego. I tu jest ten problem, że ma brodę i podejrzewam, że te trzaski to wiesz. To myślisz, że tak?
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Państwo tutaj wrócili?
Tak.
Miało być przed Parlamentem Twórczości jakieś spotkanie, gdzie ustaliliśmy kolejność. Biorę w tym udział, natomiast nie mogę znaleźć
Dobra.
Kurzawy.
Ewy Kurzawy. Ewa Kurzawa prawdopodobnie jest w szkole filmowej warszawskiej, czyli...
Po prawo?
Chodź. Wiesz jak wygląda?
Nie, niestety nie.
Malutka blondynka, wiecznie zabiegana w tamtej szkole, wejście.
Napisała mi maila, że mamy się o 12 spotkać na patio.
Na patio, to tam jest patio.
Aha, czyli...
Są dwa patio. Patio masz przed wejściem i drugie patio jest tam, więc zależy na którym się z tobą umówiła. Nie powiedziała. Przed kinem? To tu, chodź. Raz, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dzień dobry, witam Państwa. Raz, 2, 3. To jest patio przed kinem. To jest chyba... Raz, 2, 3, 56, 78, 90. Macieju, mówię do ciebie czule. Cały czas do ciebie mówię czule, ciule, czule, ciule, czule. 58, 57. A co się dzieje? Mówię wciąż, raz, dwa, trzy, 80, 90, 128 254,5. Milion... O, Ewa! A! Cały czas mówię, cały czas mówię, cały czas mówię. Czy mnie słychać? Czy słychać czaski? Czy nie słychać tasków? 1, 8, 10, 50, 60, 70. Raz, 2, 3, 8, raz, 2, 3, 8, raz, 2, 3, 8. Cały czas mówię, cały czas mówię. Raz, 2, 3, 8, raz, 2, 3, 8. Cały czas mówię, cały czas mówię. Czy mnie słychać? Czy słychać trzaski? Jeśli trzasków nie słychać, proszę mi dać znak. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, raz, 8. Raz, raz, 10. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. 47, no to stary, to muszą być kable w takim razie i albo wejściówki, a ja bym ustawiał przejścia na jacki. Nie możemy się czynczami bezpośrednio włączyć?
No są teraz.
Ale na przejściówkach na jacki, czy nie? No, to przejściówki. Albo wejścia. 1, 1, 1. Dobra, jest druga opcja, stary. A gdybym ja mówił do tego... Uwaga, teraz spróbujmy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Czy coś słyszysz w ogóle? Czy mnie w ogóle słyszysz? Raz, dwa, trzy. Czy teraz jest lepiej? Teraz jest lepiej? Dobrze, w takim razie będzie mówił bez zestawu słuchawkowego, prosto do mikrofonu. Ok?
Albo mu drugą słuchawkę zamontujemy, sprawdzimy. Tam
Nie, no, kabel. Kabel, wejście albo...
Raz, dwa, raz, dwa. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, raz, raz.
Ja połażę sobie, pogadam. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, i 12, i 13, i 14, i 15. Raz, 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 raz. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34. Myk. Oj. Czy teraz jest lepiej? Czy teraz może nie piszczy, nie trzeszczy i tak dalej na słuchawce? Nie jest lepiej. Nie jest lepiej. Nie jest lepiej, nie jest lepiej. To bez tego jest lepiej, tak? Teraz jest lepiej. To na tym będzie musiał. Okay.
za 5 minut według planu rozpoczynamy targowisko twórczości. Wiem, że scenarzyści, którzy szykują się na
Translation thing.
wspaniałe wydarzenie, już
Potrzebuje
się
dziewczyna do
ktoś z Was
tego.
jeszcze dalej też
No, do translation.
Aha, to do tego Marcina czy Maćka?
Maciek, weź daj pani zestaw do...
Poproszę Maciek troszeczkę więcej światła na publiczność, żebyśmy się widzieli.
Dobra jest, masz tam.
Przypominam, że wieczorem dzisiaj jakby od 16 zaczynamy. O, super, no tak.
Daj to panów w elektorce.
Zaczynamy taką część warsztatową i nieoficjalną. Oprócz tego,
Mówimy do
mamy
tego,
projekt...
do mikrofonu.
Aha,
Tutaj.
do mikrofonu.
Na tym są trzaski, więc bez
Dobrze, ale ja będę siedział tutaj 3 godziny, tak? Trzymając w ten sposób mikrofon.
Możesz postawić go gdzieś.
No ale to co mam
Dać?
Lepiej, żeby...
wolę mieć, szczerze mówiąc, wolę mieć mikrofon.
Dobra.
Jeżeli macie ochotę wpaść na sesję 4
Proszę bardzo.
jaki scenariusz?
A co, coś z tym mikrofonem jest nie tak?
Coś, wiesz co, im więcej kabli przejść, tym...
No tak, jasne. We have Aneta Wrubel, who's a scriptwriter for films, theatre, and TV with a great experience. She provides consultations. And Babetka, who's also a producer and of Rewards for Film School. Here during the week she meets for short consulting sessions on script writing. All this tonight. Now in a second we will start the creativity fair. I asked once already who doesn't know what creativity fair is. One person showed their hands, but I don't think we need to explain it once again. If you have any questions on organization issues, Eva Kurzawa is here. She's coordinating Script Fiesta today, and give a warm welcome to Marcin Ślesicki. He's already here with us. The 5th Creativity Fair. Well, my dear friends, it will be as every year, which means we will talk a bit about your scripts, about text, but it really doesn't matter at all whether these texts will be criticized or praised, mainly criticized as usual. We will try to make a connection, and I hope it's going to be a nice meeting. But then I need to tell you one important thing. I really bow and tip my hat before those who agree to this public form of a meeting. Agreed. This is the first step to get any success in this business. We do not write for ourselves, we write for the people, and your texts have to appeal to as many people as possible, to the audience. These people have to read it, those people have to read it, those people have to provide their opinions, they have to review your texts. It's good that you I'm really happy that you agreed to be here and you're not afraid. And it's really good that you're not afraid to show it to the public. It's a start of something professional. This is what it looks like in the world. And this is what it should look like further. Now, one important thing. I will be asking you certain questions here. I will be commenting on certain things and I will talk about certain things. The majority of my commentaries this year will not be pure vicious. They will address your need to learn something. Not only the person that wrote the text, but everybody who's here. All this event is aimed at education. It's unprecedented in a way in our country. We expect certain result of this. As I told you 2 hours ago, the script is exactly the soft underbelly of the Polish cinematography. This is our weak spot. This is our problem. It's the thing that the actor is impossible to pronounce those horrible dialogues, and then we say that our actors are useless. That the spectator is the audience is not able to sit through all those pseudo-dramaturgical plots, because if something is boring, it's boring. I'm reading tons of scripts from the professional ones, which I get as a producers, and then ending with our students, and it has a lot of, and those scripts has a lot of scenes which are purely informational and they do not push the plot any further. What I'll be telling you today are obvious things. The problem is, once you sit down and write yourself, what seems easy peasy starts to elude you. We start to lose it, and then suddenly, once you wrote it, then we read it, and then we decide that we actually even like it. Then we read it again, and we like it even more. For the 5th time, when we read it, we get used to what we wrote. So this is how it works. It's automated. It works every time, regardless of whether you're experienced or a rookie. If you read through your text 5 times, you will start to believe it's really good and it's really palatable. The ability to kick this thing out of your brain, and self-criticism is the basics for one of the basics and one of the foundations for this, and we usually do not have time and strength and possibility to do this. Why? Because we're alone. The script works alone, and this model of our cinematography, the European cinematography, which is individual, we call it in the artistic cinematography, as opposed to American one. It forces certain solutions, but also forces certain loneliness. And sometimes when you're lonely, you can't just make it, because you really have to a lot of cojones just to look at what you wrote and say, everything that I wrote is shit. I'll need to write it once again. Who has that power? Who has that strength? I don't. Do you have it? Do you have what it takes? I don't know. That's why we have people like producers. He's not there to get you the money. He's there to creatively help the scriptwriter and the director. In the world, you have people who are supporting you, the script doctors, other scriptwriters. The film is absolutely a team event, a team work. Those who work individually, those who work alone, never made it anywhere. Of course, you might be fooled that that your projects are being developed at your houses, at your personal laptops. Still, if you do not confront it with something else, with other people's brains, if somebody does not give you certain remarks which will push you in the right direction, if somebody does not sometimes alter your point of view and your mode of thinking, you will not make it anywhere. In order for you to change your perception, this is what this event is all about. Let's start from the text of Agnieszka Kępkowicz. Gringa Loka is a comedy drama. Please join me on the stage. You were applauded. You are very brave. Please sit down. Please check your microphone. It does. The microphone works. So now let's try use this text for one thing. Let me just sit. If you were so kind and explain or tell us about your film. Tell us in just few sentences about your film. What do you feel this film is about? If you want to elaborate, please elaborate. If once I get bored, I'll interrupt you. If you just want to say in a few sentences, please do. What do you feel? Say it however you feel. Thank you. Today I wanted to say about a project which Mr. Maciej is a sort of a comedy and drama. It is called Gringa Loka. This is the title. It's a Spanish. It's from Spanish language. Let me tell you about the idea, where the idea came from. A few years ago, I went with a friend of mine to South America with a friend of mine for a gorgeous holiday, and it was really something. Then I had a chance to see a film of Ulrich Seidel called The Paradise Love. And then I had this thought, and if I could laugh at certain things, I won't be afraid. And the thing that started to be a problem, and when I started, and which I wanted to address, was the first stumble into senility, or the first stumble into old age. And that's where the idea came for the tale about 4 women who decide to go for a vacation of their life, the holiday of their lives, invited by a nice gentleman who invited them on the internet, who said that this is a great holiday, we'll be there and it's going to be fantastic. So they arrive at this holiday, and this is where problems start. First, it occurs that the villa does not have the owner. He disappeared without a trace. Then it occurs that they have to deal with the problem of their incredible holiday. The third thing is that this forced stop of women who are always on the run, they are always dynamic, they're always working, and at some point they leave behind them the problems, so that they're sort of running away from their problems. Once they are stopped in their tracks, they suddenly get hit in the head with exactly those problems. It's like reverse Mach effect. So those, when at the different people appear at the villa, among them very handsome gardener, and problems, and these start to like typically mothers do. And then it occurs that all these problems that appeared were created by themselves. So okay. So what happens? What events? What's events? Tell us about the events. First of all, they decide they need to find the owner, and what happens with this magical holiday? It was supposed to be a journey down the Estonian River, which was to be paid, which was to be organized, and nobody knows about it. So first they need to know where the organizer is. So they're looking for the host, for the owner of the villa, then it's very difficult to find him. They don't want to come back empty-handed, so they decide they're looking for new possibilities. They're looking for ways to spend time in this place, and they organize the event themselves. A trip which might not be the dream journey, but they still go there. Well, I'm sorry, I got all mixed up. At the very end, it showed that the host who wasn't there is another elderly person who chickened out at the very last moment. Regardless of this event takes place. If they waited a lot, if they weren't so hectic with everything would go along to its rhythm. But thankfully, it occurs that exactly as it should, and they finally make it to their trip. They go on the journey. Dear Agnieszka, let me just now tell you in 4 sentences what you said, not what you wrote, because this is more. Okay, so 4 middle-aged women from Poland meet a guy on the internet who lives in Ecuador. He promises them some great journey down the Amazonian river. They arrive to Ecuador. The house is empty, and nothing. And the event is a flop. Then at the end they meet the host, and it seems he has a problem, but who doesn't have a problem. And finally they organized the event, and let's go. They went to this is exactly what it looked like from your tale. Did I miss something from what you said? I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Okay, now let me tell you this. Who, in the name of Jesus Christ, cares that 4 women, elderly women, went to Ecuador, and there the tourist office, I would say, in inverted commas, was closed. So they looked around, found another offer, and went down the river in a kayak. I don't care. I wouldn't think that it would care to anyone here. But this is what she said here. What is being written in the script is much more interesting, and those things can be collected from this, and they picked out from this script. The problem is that you have a very good situation, because you use this expression, the Polish mother. 4 Polish mothers, yes, they have families, kids, middle-aged, they are middle-aged, they are in a certain life set track. They get into a place which is wild for them, because they think it's the journey of their life. They get into such a place. It sounds alright, doesn't it? And now it occurs that nobody is there. You wrote that the host disappeared without a trace and without explanation. The women are first very angry and then afraid because they are left alone, especially if they paid in advance, and they have only very limited amount of money with them. So what? Do you really want to make a film about that? No, not really. This is not interesting. Okay, let me read further. The next day, our heroines go to find the host, meeting a number of obstacles. His cell phone does not respond. Oh, that's horrible. It's really an obstacle that's worth an individual film. Wi-Fi does not work. The garage is empty. The telephone bill is unpaid, and you can't really call anywhere. This is it's a really horrible situation, and cell phones of our protagonists do not have range. So they do not give up. They look for the next neighbors, but those don't know anything. This is boring. This is information about nothing. Nothing happens here. And you have an idea for an interesting film. You have a potential. Everything is there. I already like your heroines. I like your protagonists. I already like them. I want to look at them. I want to get to know them closer. Very well. And now, because of course they arrive, nothing works. It's not quite important. It's like 5 seconds. Nothing works. It's horrible. But now, you start the real film. Meanwhile, the small a piece of marijuana is being put at the front of the door. Some guy orders them to give him back money, and they get scolded by a neighbor. And then they start to realize that the host might not be the guy who he said he was. Now this is the beginning of the plot. This is a mystery. Suddenly, this is also another interesting topic. We get a young Latino guy in the garden. He's a mysterious gardener who's who evokes the interest of those elderly ladies. Are they interested in sex with him? Not yet. Well, how come? So far, I mean, this in the initially, I said initially. You're laughing, but this is the thing. Instead of talking or providing one information about the other, this is the biggest mistake of all script writers, starting from my students, ending with professionals. All these scenes that are informative, let's just imagine that they just go there. Nothing works. The guy is not there, but they got somehow to this house. 4 Polish women without the knowledge of the language at the end of the world. One of them is worried that she left the husband with the kids. The second of them argued with the husband. With the boss, and she went on vacation. It doesn't matter. 4 standard everyday women went there. They believe somebody will organize something for them, but nothing works. And this is a good start. Somebody puts at the door those small bags with marijuana. Well, of course it's South America. Somebody drops marijuana there. Somebody looked at the white ladies from behind the fence and shouted at them. Somebody comes over and demands the return of a debt. You're starting something there, but you're reading Braille in the darkness. So listen to this. 4 women came there. The house is open. They're looking for the host. And now let them find a dead body in this house. Why? This is the difference. Of course, I'm exaggerating here, but I'm doing this on purpose. Draw conclusions from this. This is the difference between the Polish scriptwriter and the natural-born scriptwriter. The Polish scriptwriter will find a bag with marijuana or somebody shouting at the white woman. And the good scriptwriter will cause those women in this great hacienda to find a dead body, and then they will say, "God, what happened? What are we going to do? We don't know the language." Some guy will come over, will ask for Juan, and Juan is hidden in the cupboard, pierced through with a pitchfork. And this is where the plot starts. This is where the action starts. Because I want to know who killed Juan. Second of all, I want to know if Juan is the guy who agreed with him. And the third thing is, I want to know how they will manage this. And then the 4 of them have a problem. And this is this bloody problem. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Solutions which push the action forward. do not be afraid of the extreme. You have to. There was a saying like this: if you steal millions, if you do something, do it to the princesses, etc. So yeah, go for the millions. I don't care. I don't really care for marijuana in small bags. I don't care for the problems of some guy I don't know. Please put your heroines into really a deep end of the pool, and what this will cause. The result will be like this. The action is a character. The plot is a character. The plot will force them to behave in a certain way. One of them will say, "Okay, I'm sorry. Let him stay in this cupboard. We'll enjoy yourself." The second one will say, "That's horrible. He's the age of my son." But the third one will say whatever else. But it's the plot which forces the characters to do things, and not what you will tell about them and how you characterize the character. The weak script is like this: a script writer explains the characters and he describes the protagonists in good scripts. We learn things from the script. We learn things about our heroes and about our protagonists from the script itself, from the plot itself. If you force the plot with a plot to, if you force the characters to do things and you do it by the plot instead, this will be a good script. If you write a script in which you describe each and every character, this will be a horrible script, and this is everywhere. I tell you, it's everywhere, it's in every script. That's the first thing. The second thing is that suddenly enters a guy, a beautiful Latino guy. How this guy can turn the heads of those 4 elderly ladies. Wow. And if he asks about the other guy who's dead in the cupboard, now this is incredible possibility. One of them would say, well, he's so beautiful, he couldn't have anything to do with the other guy. And the second one would say something else. It doesn't have to be a dead body. It could be a big bag of drugs, a Kalashnikov guns, whatever. There has to be something. Something has to happen there. Now you write further. Difficult situation of our heroines, exacerbated by the existence of our Latino gardener. It evokes emotions and rigs their nerves. Yes, it's true. This is very good. The thing is, I want these to be extreme. I want you to put them in an extreme situation. During the night, there's a huge row. Well, what do we care about them discussing things? What do we care about their problems? There will be a row, then they will agree with each other. They will reconcile, and nothing really happens. And then they say aloud that the host must be a con, the gardener is his accomplice, and they are the victims. Dear Agnieszka, in every text that you write, you need to ask yourself 2 questions. The first one is, what is the goal of the protagonists? Where are they going? What are they aiming at? If for you their main problem is them organizing a trip, then I don't want to watch this film, because I don't care at all. If this is a problem because they have to solve a very important situation, get away from hell, somebody threatens them, or I don't know, they want to find love or share their Ladino guy, then I understand where we're going. The heroines want something. In your case, they want to go for a trip, and maybe they will have a row and they have a dispute, and finally nothing happens. Nothing that happens is of interest to me. This is the first question. what the heroes want to achieve. And the second question is what are the obstacles and what threatens them. So the only stake in this game is that once they collect this money, they went there, they want to have a nice holiday and they want to go rafting, as you wrote, then it's slightly too little. It's a situation in many organized trips, so many people have this experience that they pay a lot of money and they want to go on a holiday where they suddenly find out that the hotel is in a horrible situation and the tourist office went bankrupt. So what? Why the heck should we watch the film about that? That's one more thing, Agnieszka. Because you took it from your own experience and because it inspired you in a way, this is very good. Because you know something about that. However, you cannot detach yourself from this and go outside of the story and write something totally else. This is much worse. Oh, I just wanted to add that this is not a story about what happened to me. It's like a true lie. It's a thankfully it does not have a there's no direct relation between one and the other. Yeah, but it's too little. Let's put our heroes, let's put them in front of Mount Everest to climb. Let's make those women, let's put those women in a situation where they really have a problem. You can really make it into a film where they find something, it's strange, they don't know how to behave, which if they are in a foreign country, well, of course, yeah. You could make a love film. You've got those traces there, or those hooks which you can, where you can start the plot. For women, understand that their life is flowing between their fingers, it's running away, and they've got this beautiful young guy who may be seducing one of them or all of them, or there's a rivalry between them for this guy, and this friendship dissipates. It doesn't have to be a dead body, it doesn't have to be drugs, it doesn't need to be guns. It might be a psychological film, a drama, or it might. It's up to you. It might be a love story. It might be a comedy about four ladies who are left to their own devices, suddenly fall in love with one beautiful guy who's just beautiful and nothing else. Such situations take place. If you, for example, remember those famous tourism and our elderly ladies going to Egypt, you can choose as much as you like. But now, well, this is perfect. But you're writing further. Okay, on you go. The next day, the women make a decision. They don't want to come back with nothing. They visit a beach. They go to a bar. They're so determined that they agree to follow a pilgrimage of sacred places in the Amazonian jungle. Oh, this is not the end of the story. Of course, yes. I know this is not the end of the story, but in the context of everything that I said so far, you find it already funny. That's true, yeah. But only in this context. So maybe instead of pilgrimage to holy places, if this was a situation in which they went to a pilgrimage to South America because they're crazy about their faith, and there they met sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and suddenly they came back totally different people, then I understand that it's a film. It's your choice. However, all those things, all those problems that you're trying to mount before them, they are made up, they are artificial, they don't mean anything. Now, look at your texts, all of you, students, script writers, professionals, amateurs, and think very well if really you have this conceptualized in such a way. Now this is very important. Each scene works towards pushing the plot. It's not informative. Is it so that each scene pushes the action forward? Does every scene has a conflict in itself? But not a conflict, of course, this is an overused word. Conflict does not mean argument or a row or a fight. Conflict means that we have two or more things that are confronting with each other. If there's no conflict in a scene, it's not necessary in a film. Is the stake high enough for your protagonists? Coming back, look at the scene. Say it's necessary, not necessary. Does it push the story or not? The third one is conflict or no conflict. Then stake, is stake high enough? Then what are the obstacles? These four things. If you answer those questions, then you're good. Otherwise, you start to babble. This applies not only to script writers. This applies to actors. Does my character, if in what I say, does it make sense? Does it work towards something, or am I just babbling senselessly, or am I saying this for something? Does my character change? Did I undergo some transformation? This applies to everybody who works with a film. This is not a remark only to script writers. If you put those places in the right place and you make the thought and you think about it, you go through the thought work and you say, yes, this is good. Is it there? Yes. Is it there? No. Then I'm throwing this out. Is it here? Yes. Then I'm editing it in. Is it not there? I'm not touching this. And further on. Late at night, suddenly there are friends, the unknown people from the bar, who are aggressive in demanding to follow on with the relationship with our heroines. The local community touched start to see into things. Why is it so? Well, it's the result of this row from the daytime, or the gardener is also there during the row, and then he leaves. He's already very, very aggressive. The ladies who sort of didn't treat him very well, he starts to send information, and this is why these dangerous things start to happen. Well, okay. Now, well, the local women start to protest against Grindaloka. So what these? Let's be cynical about this. What those women can do? They will shout from behind the fence. They will write a motto through. They can pour out shit on the grounds, but not much more. Does it change anything in the situation of our heroines? Not really. Will it threaten them with something? No. It will only influence their psychological state. They will only feel bad. Oh, there's also a question mark over their ability to go anywhere with this holy trip, with this pilgrimage. I understand. However, we've already agreed, I believe, that the holy trip is slightly too low a stake to start a film. Okay, let's think once again. you're writing that there's a protest of local women. These local women are spitting, shouting outside of the window. Don't ever write scenes which are supposed to be important, but they influence only the psychological state of the protagonist, because it doesn't lead anywhere. I just wanted to say that this scene also serves this purpose, that their relations are changing between our protagonist and the young gardener, who at some point, yes, there are some events taking place there, he starts to help them in what's happening there, and it's due to him that this situation is being solved. And how is it being solved? Well, the gardener, the gardener makes those people to go away. Yes. Let me start with this. That the first scene where these guys from the pub appear and they're drunk and they start to be aggressive. They want to get further in the relationship, enjoy the life with those women. These women are afraid because these guys are really aggressive. They're throwing bottles and breaking the windows. Then jump to an idea. I think it might not be very reasonable, but one of them has the idea to put some crazy makeup on, ruffle their hairs, and they put on makeup to become ugly, and these guys are running away. And at this point, the gardener comes over. He sees these ladies, and he's amused because these offenders who are running away, because they're drunk. They break the cable post. They have no more electricity, so they don't. So they can't take a bath. So this protest and the priest appearing there and his call for redemption for those women. When this gardener goes across this protest, goes among the protesting crowd, he recalls that he did something during the night when he was drunk, and now these women have a problem. He jumps outside to the priest. He explains something to the priest. Somebody looks into the window. They are already irritated. One of them, in this crazy makeup and ruffled hair, she scares away this face from behind the windows. Everything goes quiet. The protest disappears. The gardener jumps in and they ask him what happened, and he says. And he said that he told the priest that it's not like this, that these are not women, and nothing sinful takes place here. That Mr. Benedict hosts his aunts, who will get him married, and he said something and then the priest looked through the window and saw the ladies in their current state, and this is the end of the story. Okay, I understand. You want to build. You're trying to build up some sort of a comedy, a sort of warm comedy in this film. I agree. I understand that. Yes, very good. But the basic question is why? What for? Who will give you money for a lukewarm film, an expensive film which takes place in a different country, having such a warm but, well, maybe lukewarm really story? A lukewarm water in the tap, as you probably know, is not enough. You have to draw some conclusions from that. You should find for your heroines, first of all, the stake, then true problems in the middle, and then how they ended up in this film. Does it end up like this, that you write here that they finally went to this, for their dream rafting vacation. Did they leave that event integrated as four friends who will be undivisible from that moment? Or was it like this, that they will live to experience something and they changed? Because the hero is only interesting if he changed, when he changes. Or I don't require your answer right now, but what was the change for the protagonists implemented there by you? Nothing. They went through something and then they went kayaking. Is it like this, that we had four friends and what we got were four individuals separated and unhappy? Or quite the opposite? Four separate women came in and left as a group, as an integrated and undivisible group. How the protagonist changes. This is the basic question to the scriptwriter. How was your protagonist in the beginning of the film and at the end of the film? He can't be the same unless it's Rambo. Rambo doesn't change ever. But apart from Rambo, something has to be experienced, and remember, everything that what I said is obvious thing. There's nothing, there's no discovery here. The thing is, this is not a remark to you, Agnieszka. People believe that script writing is an incredibly simple thing. That it's banal. It's you just say, I've seen 1,000 films. I can write like this. I know how people are talking because so I can write a dialogue. I talk myself, so I can also write how I talk. And I will find out certain. I will make a plot. I will write. I can do it. No problem. Everybody can do it. Everybody can do it. And then, because everybody can do it, this is how it ends. We write different stories which have nothing to do with a drama, with a plot, with the action treated as a certain canon or an ability, not with no film drama, no TV drama, nor TV series show drama. Script writing is not a description of several adventures. It is built on certain rules. That's why we meet here. And it is with a certain hesitation that I repeat those sentences again and again every year. Could you please close the door? Thank you. Because it starts to irritate me. I want to say more. The Warsaw Film School has existed for 11 years, and I'm repeating this every year to students, and I get again and again those same texts that have nothing to do with a drama. I get those texts that have nothing to do with the basic drama, which means that there's a beginning, middle, and the end. That there's some sort of stake. That the hero goes through some change. That it goes to a certain goal, to certain ending. That there are certain turning point. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's the end. It's very difficult. That every scene has to push the action. I don't see that, because this is not easy at all. However, now pay attention. These things, acting, directing, script writing, all creative professions require one thing: 5% of talent. If the God didn't give you the 5% of talent, you just keep away from them. And this applies to all creative professions. In case of Agnieszka, there is an idea, so the God gave her something. However, congratulations. However, apart from what you've been given by the God, you need diligence and learning, because all artistic and creative professions are technical professions. This is not a contradiction. Only, and not, I would say not only, only the contemporary painting might be driven by a certain free craziness, or when we take the paints and we throw them at the wall, something will happen and we'll give it I will give it a name, the resurrection of a Christ at 4 o'clock in the morning in Central Park. Somebody will buy it for $1 million. But everybody else requires a lot of work and a lot of skill. And this is a stage which is always overlooked, especially in Poland. Because a Polish person always knows everything the best. He knows. He doesn't need to learn. Just as I told you. Why? I could write anything, I could do anything. All right, I have one more question to you, Agnieszka, and I hope, and I would like you, and I hope that once you do it, you will come over with the next script. You will get another round of applause for the good idea, etc., etc. But I want you to think about those few things that I told you, and really take the axe, drink a vodka if you don't have the strength for this, and cut off with the axe everything that is informative, lukewarm, etc. from this script. And now I'll ask you one more question. In this description, there's no mention, or maybe you didn't have time, or you wanted to describe something else. There's no, we lack basic thing there, and I would like you to tell us something. In the script, apart from all those our rules of drama, there's one thing, one element, which is absolutely 100% most important. This is the protagonist. You should always start from this with all the stories. I know it's difficult because you start from the story. However, the protagonist is much more important than the story. He is the one who will implicate this story for us. I would like to tell you, you didn't tell us what those 4 girls are like. Please tell us. Those 4 women are not exactly of the same age. They do not change that as intensively. The one who goes through the biggest change and this trip has the biggest importance for is Vicky. On the opposite, yeah. Okay, let's start with Vicky. All the women are in the late 40s. Vicky was the one who initiated the whole event. She works at his husband's office. It's a type of today's elegant Barbie, and this is the way she thinks about herself. She says something more, but she doesn't know about it. She's a person who wants to experience some fun. She wants to do something else, something interesting, in order to support the feeling of self-importance and also experience a nice adventure, another adventure of Barbie. And this, during this trip, she hits head-on all those difficult things that we've just discussed. And this is a girl who, when she arrives, she does not agree to what happens in her life because she approaches her 50s, and this trip, due to those events, makes her to accept herself as she is. And the person who helps her in this is a woman who's who's her absolute opposite. Much younger than her. She's only 36. She's a woman who's under total influence of her husband, who devotes herself to her children. She wanted to be a teacher, but she's not a teacher. She's a housewife. Yeah, but why Vicky started to accept herself after what happened there, and she didn't accept herself before? What made her accept herself? Was it that the guy returned home, or the Latino gardener was nice and helped her, or because the key wasn't there? Well, all these events allowed her to say things which she was pushing back, and she was so they were talking between themselves, yes, and basing on this talking between themselves, not only they were talking because, well, yes, you're right, many things have happened, but this started their talking. So basing on those talks and those disputes and arguments, they jumped to a conclusion that something changed in her. Am I right? I try to put it intelligently. Just be frank. In confrontation with, she's not as great as possible, and that she can accept help from somebody she was overlooking before. But okay, now this is also very important. It's like a gist of things. This is once again about what somebody thinks about or what he wants. It doesn't mean anything for the audience, and it doesn't mean anything for the protagonist, for the viewer. Yes, we should see what somebody thinks, or how he changes by what he does. She's the one who convinces everyone else to go for a trip. Now you've got this great Latino guy appearing there, and he suddenly decided to sleep with the other one, with a small grey mouse, and not with her. So this is the action. I might be simplifying things, but this is what the things are like. Suddenly, the grey mouse, after this night with a Latino guy, goes out from her room and says, "I got 7 orgasms. I never had anything like that in her life." And the Barbie says, "Why wasn't that me?" And now that would change her. Yes, I understand, and that would change the other woman through what happened, because she would come back to her husband and say, "Honey bunny, see you later." Or maybe she would come back and say, "Okay, I'm staying in Ecuador. I don't give a shit. I'm not going back to our grey Poland. I want to change my life because something happened." Once they find a dead body in the cupboard, and suddenly the one who's the most the easiest one to scare, suddenly shouts at the other ones and says, stop crying, let's bury this guy, or do something else. Then by action, I know what this character is like. I know how this character changed. I know what happened. In this case, if it's somewhere between the words, the ladies have a chat, nothing really happens. Put it in your heads. We learn protagonists, we learn characters, but what they do, not what they say, what they do. And this is how we build the psychology, and this is how we build their psychological states, the depth of the character, etc. This is how it works. What could change them? What is so special in them going to a trip? Nothing. Please devise or imagine one thing. Imagine for those women a very, very strong characters. Imagine for them Okay, you say that Vicky is the most interesting one because she's very much pushy. Okay, let her break down in all of this, and the rest wouldn't. So that would mean she would change. She changed. It showed that she's very superficial and that she's a Barbie, that the company is superficial, the husband is superficial, and her life is empty, and there's nothing inside. And if suddenly this protagonist would say, "All right, I want to stay here," and all the rest would say, "Come on, are you crazy? No, I'm not going back." Then yes, it's about something. And then I would say, yes, I would follow this character. I will look if they will convince her to come back or not. But I tell you, it's all about action. We're going to some goal. We're trying to reach some goal. And in this case, it's like chatty, it's all nice, and it doesn't lead anywhere. Build all the other characters as a sort of another extreme. Maybe one of them is disabled, or maybe one of them. You have to come up with something. One of them might have gone with a daughter, and suddenly this daughter disappeared. She just suddenly nobody knows where she went. So they're looking for her in the beach, in the bar, and now 3 girls have to set up an auction to look for the daughter and who disappeared with some guys somewhere. Something happens. I'm repeating and repeating to you all the time. Something has to happen. Then it has a sense. If she paints herself black and then she says, now I'm ugly, I used to be white." Yes, it is okay. It's a comedy effect. It's entertaining, amusing, but in terms of pushing the plot forward is not enough. Do not be afraid to put your protagonist in extreme situations. You have to play for highest stakes. Otherwise, you're afraid that, well, I've got this with my students every day. My film will be not artistic enough if I will not babble in it too much. I will babble and babble. I had a chat today with a student. I talked today to my student about his script, and I say, "Why are you writing so depressing and stories without the ending, without the finish, such a babble that it's sort of pseudo artistic vomit?" And he says, "Because this is the simplest way." And this is true, because it's very, very difficult to build a story, a psychologically deep and psychologically true, and by this artistic story. It's very difficult to keep to certain procedures which were devised thousands of years ago in ancient Greece. It's all based on simple things, but you have to have the skill, so this is difficult. You have to be able to close yourself in a certain framework which an artist hates. Discipline and consequence. This is very difficult, and in this case you can just free ride. You can go. You can have a free ride across the scenes. You can have a flying stork. Then you can have some serious music to pretend that it's a serious film. It's very easy. Everybody can do that. That's why many of students who finish schools, graduate, they look like this, and that's why school etudes and attempts look like we are trying to force such thinking out of the heads of our students, that pseudo-artistic bubble brings some effects, because our films are starting from Oscars. They were also in Cannes, in Berlin. They go all around the world. Our student won in Palm Springs. In the competition of films, there are 25 films. 5 of them are from us. So it should give you some food for thought. This year in Gdynia our student won. So this is how it works. This does not come from nowhere. It comes from the fact that everyone, regardless of whether it's a juror or an artist or a common spectator prefers to watch a story that is well tailored, which has a beginning, a middle, at the end, great minutes, and whether it's going to be artistic or not result from the fact it's full of bubble inside. It results from the fact what these protagonists will experience and whether there will be a psychological truth inside. If it's there, it's going to be perfect. In your case, it's got big potential. You've got psychological truth, though your protagonists are real. They're put in a certain situation, but there's no drama, there's no action, and there's no plot, which would cause that they, put in an extreme situation, would need to react. And now we'll see which of them will break down, which one will not, which one will do something funny, which one will do something stupid. Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Thank you very much too. Well, Michał Kaczor. Is Michał Kaczor with us? A drama, A Lonely Woman. The first question is, can you use this title? You asked about the title, yes? I believe, yes, it's a short, good title. Have you seen the film Lonely Woman by Agnieszka Holland? I didn't. All right. Yes, let me tell you that this is one of the great, maybe the greatest movie of Agnieszka Holland. It's a cult film because it was a film which was censored quite strongly. For 10 years nobody showed it because it was censored, yes, and it was forbidden to show it in Poland. It starred Bogusław Linda as the main character, and it's an absolutely great movie. It's by giving your film the same title, you're shooting yourself in the foot, but it's up to you. Of course, that would be a working title, and I would need to work on a title which would not be similar, which would not be the same. I would do a film, a lonely man, and there's a lonely child, a lonely dog. Let's leave it at that. Please think about a different title, but we're not talking about this. Would you be so kind to explain your film to us? The story of my film is a 50-year-old woman, Barbara. She's a lonely woman, because not because she has no family. It's because she lives out in the country in a house without husband and kids. The kids are already independent. The husband has been for 4 years in the United States, and he can't come back. He works there because if he would come back to Poland, he would not be able to return to US because he's there illegally. She hasn't seen her husband for a very long time in person, but she talks to her family on Skype. In the beginning of the film, she feels happy because her husband promised her some time ago that after 30 years he will come back. At the 30th anniversary of the marriage, he would come back and they will be together again. Now she has a neighbor who has a totally opposite situation. She's pretty well off. She has a husband and kids, and when she comes back home after this tale, so happy that this husband is coming back, she learns, she gets a parcel. She gets to know from this parcel. And then she learns from his husband that he still has to stay abroad for a few years. So she does not bear with that, and she gets drink. She cancels a certain event that they were supposed to do together, and of course she falls back. She falls asleep, and she wakes up to the barking of the dog. The dog seemed to the dog caught some sort of a burglar, and she's still slightly drunk, so she tries to calls the police, but the burglar shows his face, and it occurs that it's the son of their neighbors. She agrees not to call the police, but she says that she has to talk to his parents because he tried to burgle her house. Once again, he tries to coax her, he tries to woo her. He says that he would do anything if she doesn't tell his parents. And she, still being slightly drunk, she comes up to him and she starts to kiss him. There's sex between them, and in the morning, when he disappears, he's 17 years old, so he goes to school. She, in the beginning, she feels conscientious about this, but afterwards she decides to use the situation. And when he comes back from his school, he almost faints when he hears from his mother that the neighbor she didn't complain and she didn't tell about the sex. She just said that if they're in such a difficult financial situation, she might help him. She might give him some job at her house, and he might be a gardener for her, and he will financially help him. Of course, his mother are very, very happy. His mother says it's a great opportunity. He says that he doesn't want to go there, and he refuses. But his mother is very strict about this, and because. Well, of course, he's forced by the consequence and forced by his mother. He goes there for the first, second, third, fourth time. He gets a lot of money for this because he's being well paid for this. But this work which he performs there, of course, is just a cover for a rendezvous with her. He has a girlfriend. He goes to school. The neighbor is his neighbor is being even ever more oppressive towards him. She's being jealous for the girlfriend. She sends him the text messages. His girlfriend starts to realize that something is on, and finally he cannot bear this feeling, and the girls of this woman does not also realize that their mother does not feel broken down because their father left them, and he finally decides to get rid of the woman. He decides to record a sex tape and blackmail her into giving him peace. However, by a trick of fate, the children of this woman learn about the sex tape, and they get the impression that he tries to blackmail her for the money. Yeah. Okay. So the son of this woman orders beating of this boy. Then he ends up in a very bad shape in the hospital, and finally this woman reveals that it was all her fault, and then she has to sell the house and leave the community because there's no place for the community of the community for her, in the community for her. Well, that's a very slippery issue. But why? Because here, the whole story is how it's going to be told, because there is a drama. We do have 50-year-old lonely woman, a vulcan of sexual energy. The husband is in the States, sends money. But so what? The woman is alone. Suddenly, by a sort of, as we say, twist of fate, she slept with this guy. She slept with this guy who's 17 years old, and he's a neighbor. The problem that we have here is not a trifle, because on one hand, he's 17 years old, so you can have sex. But it's slightly pedophilic. Also, it's neighbors. It's a small community. You devised it very well. These are all things that threaten. This has to spill out somewhere. It's a relationship without future, etc., etc. And now here we have the first problem we have in this script. This boy, which slept with her once, or she used him once sexually. Let's use this. She used him sexually. Now doesn't want it any further. So she needs to start blackmailing him. She becomes overbearing, etc., etc. So if somebody blackmails another person, means it's forced to do it. This woman might be very unhappy, etc. And we might set up a psychological image of this woman which I could believe. And now my question is there anyone loving another person in this relationship? Well, I don't think so. He doesn't love her, but she, when he doesn't want her after this first forced time, she feels rejected. That's it. And this is a problem. Of course, she's jealous. She's jealous for him. Who's the protagonist? He or her? It's her. Yes, she's the protagonist. So now we're getting very close to something which is very, very difficult, because from what's written here and what you told us, for me, the more interesting is what the guy will do. Even more. He's the one who is threatened. He's forced to do things. He doesn't want to do things. He's from a Catholic background. He has a mother, whatever. He's forced to do something, and he's the one who needs to defend himself. And moreover, he defends himself because he records a sex tape. This woman only perpetrates. Sorry, she follows him. This woman only. Now we have to think whether the protagonist has anything to do here or not. The protagonist is always a person who does things. The others are helping, distracting him, or disturbing him, or putting obstacles in his way. In your script, it's the young guy who has more to do. Of course, he must feel lost. Sex probably brings him some pleasure, but he gets problems mount in his life. He's in a small community. He's got a girlfriend. People would laugh at him, etc., etc. So here you have to think, who is the real protagonist of the film? Why am I asking you for this? I'm asking you because... why did I ask you about love? If you concentrated on the relation between those two people, as is the case in the film of Agnieszka Holland I mentioned, it's a relation between a lonely woman and a disabled postman who's younger than her. if you make a film about sex and persecution, then the protagonist should be a boy who tried burglary, was caught red-handed, was for this punished, and now we have a problem. If you want to make a film that those two people will build some sort of relationship against everybody, a close relationship, that this woman is very unhappy, very lonely. She doesn't do it because she needs a young dick, but she does it because her life is empty. That emotionally there's nothing in her life. This Skype with the husband is nothing. That for her this young guy is a sort of a ersatz of what we live for. We are living not for ourselves. We're living to have a contact with other people. We want to give them something. If we live only for ourselves, our life is empty. So this is what she needs, and she doesn't have it. And now a guy appears. Very well. How will this be developed further? You need to come up with a psychology of the heroes, of the characters. How interesting this film would be if those two would find a connection between themselves. But the kid is still 17 years old. If she fell in love with him head on, then we have a fantastic tragic character, a relation without future, and I feel for her. And if he got attached to her, if this relation was a certain sinusoidal relation, like between parents and kids of this age, usually 17 years olds are stupid and emotionally childish. So she on one hand breaks his spine and she can manipulate him, and he's also helpless, but his recording a sex tape is good because it shows that he's ruthless. Kids are ruthless. If you're grown up, it's not so easy to do certain things, and for kids it's like this. And here everything works well for you. However, building a psychological bond, strange, basing on a twisted sex or not twisted sex, untwisted sex, or on emotional need, on the need of being with another person, you can make a great, very dense, fantastic story, which will have a great load of drama, because you can be sure that this will not end well. Now the task for you is, how will you come up with such film to come up with a happy end, and at the same time that it is psychologically true and possible. The 17-year-old guy and 50-year-old woman, she has a husband, small community. How would you come up with a happy end to such a story? Think about it. This is your homework. However, we know that this is gonna end badly, so we're waiting for the moment when it happens, and I believe this is the important part. Now my second remark to your project is such: if this lady is just possessive and she calls and she sends messages, then I just don't want to look at her. If she does it for love, I feel for her. I feel the sympathy and I like her. And now the important thing. You're saying, very good, the kid recorded a sex tape and shows it somewhere. How this sex tape got in the hands of the children of Barbara? Well, I said that maybe it's not the sex tape, but maybe the information about blackmailing, maybe that she feels threatened by the blackmail. Maybe they could overhear such discussion and get some information. I thought maybe about introducing an observer's character, maybe a neighbor who registers how this guy comes over to Barbara and is being silent for a portion of the film, and then suddenly he discloses it. But yes, but if he discloses this, then he will disclose it to the whole village. This is the problem. And this is a great. First, you've got great situation, and then you've got the so-called hand of a scriptwriter, because somehow the son of this woman and this boy, the son lives in England. He has to learn that she's being fucked by a guy, by a 17-year-old from a house in the same village. So he has to come over and order a beating. Yes, because he has to nearly kill the young guy, so that our protagonist would disclose the secret to everybody and then leave to England. And now this is a weak spot. Now this is the hand of the scriptwriter. This is when we know that we need something, and then we try to force the plot to go in this direction. It doesn't work like this. If there you have what is there already, you're starting from the husband. You're starting from the husband at Skype. Every normal script writer or drama writer would make this husband come back. If in the beginning you have a gun, it has to fire at the end. It's simple. And if you have a husband, you don't need kids from England, you don't need sex tapes. If you've got this guy appearing in the middle of this chaos, then probably you won't need anything else, because the guy who would see something like this after so many years being abroad, he would beat this young guy senseless or would kill him. This is the simplest possible solution that you could use, and you would not need to use all those sorts of convoluted ideas that he saw someone, he called someone. This is useless. It's better to put in to sort of enter an interested person, an interested character of this drama. Yeah, I thought this is quite obvious that he would come back and he would see them. Well, he doesn't need to see them. He will just come back. This would be a bomb in this relationship. This would be a drama. It would be like a grenade ready to explode. You said one thing which throws me off. What do you mean that the husband seems obvious? Come on, this is fantastic. If this is obvious, because what's obvious is true. So you, instead of using things that are linked dramaturgically to the protagonists and to the characters, you are devising some sort of a convoluted idea with a neighbor? Beware. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And this is the thing with which you shoot yourself in the leg, because you are hurting yourself. It's not about husband who's obvious. It's about how you will build psychologically a relation between the characters. If it's going to be love, or it's going to be a mixed, fickle relationship, with the people partying and coming together, whatever will be dense emotionally there, then the husband will have the power of the A-bomb. Oh, it's the simplest thing. Hello, darling. I came back from the States. I brought you $10,000 and a fur. We'll build another level to our house. And suddenly, and at this very moment, you have in the door a lady who just a moment ago thought about and loved and admired a different guy who's forbidden to love. This is a great force. And no, you have to do it. You have to convolute things. This is my sincere advice: to think about things which are easy, because things which are simple and easy have great force, and the convoluted things are pseudo art. Do you have any ideas or any remarks? I would like to be the devil's advocate here, just to sort of liven up our discussion concerning script writing. Okay, my question: why all those characters are so negative? It reminds me of Polish TV shows which I'm watching every now and then, and always after watching one or the other of them, we think that everybody is a patient and not a character. Can't this boy be a bit more positive? Has this woman to be 50 years old and be condemned to sexual retirement? What are you calling when you're 50 years old? What are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? That's what I meant. That's what I understood from your script. I think that I like your idea, but I think your characters should be more positive. Then you have a chance to build a story with a message, with a warmer relations, which will bring about something more interesting. Well, I think this is what deepens this loneliness, is that the relations with this this woman's lives are so unnatural. But I also think that there's also change from a woman who, in the beginning, we see her as a happy woman, as a looking forward to her husband coming back. They have some plans, and only this situation throws her off tracks, and she wants to be happy with this new lover. On the other hand, she creates this toxic relationship. I'm sorry, I can't hear anything. Of course, I wrote it on the card that Mati has here. Of course, yes, he overheard the discussion between his mother with Barbara, that she's leaving probably, because she wants to prepare for the return of her husband. She wants to go to the spa, etc., etc. And for this reason, she decides to burgle her house, which is a very negative thing to do. Of course, his motivation is fully financial, and we also have a motive there that he needs this money for not for the illness for his father. His motives are very material. We see the scenes there where he wants to go for a trip with his girlfriend. He's a kid who's 17 years old. He likes computer games, iPhones, and his motivation are purely negative. So he doesn't think. Well, he wants to steal from his neighbor because he overheard that she will be leaving. He saw her and he thought, and he saw her being happy, and he doesn't think of her being petrified when she comes back from spa and sees her house burgled. Well, of course, that's his fault that he falls into this trap. It's not that he's forced to do this and he agrees to for sex for money. He just steps into this. He cannot get out. Well, in my view, a 17 years old Jew would be more down to the ground, and he would have more material needs, because otherwise, I think it would be lighter for us to accept that he wanted to steal, but his father is ill, etc. I wanted to say that those characters from the very beginning are very strongly on two different poles. This woman who's evil from the beginning, she tries to bribe, she tries the mother, and then we've got this boy who, well, he wanted to steal, but then when he learned that his role is like this, he's deeply unhappy. This is not very convincing for me, because a woman who sits there at home, she looks for her husband, she suddenly finds this beast in herself, who wants to sort of attract a 17-year-old like in this way to her. For me, these characters do not change too much. I would do him a more cynical guy, somebody who would like this, and he would pull her into this situation, and he would be very eager to be paid for giving her pleasure, and she's into this, but after a while she would be in a relation, she would sort of feel a relationship with him, and then she would go crazy, and she would be possessive, and she would start to stalk her, and then the roles would change, and she would become a tragic personality, and he would become the victim. He would, at this moment, his girlfriend would start to sort of slide him, yeah? This is very good, yes? And he wants to get away from this relationship, yes? Yes, this is a very good idea. This is plausible and good. We could do it like this. Somebody else wanted to say something here. Yeah, you just made it very simple. You bring it down to the money, which of course happens. It happens in life, but this is something we have to get away from. You have to put something on top of the money, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. The idea that I have a question. Writing a script is sometimes a few months of very emotional engagement. My question is, which element of human nature is so important for you, so that you would agree to get into this story and devote yourself to it? I think it's the loneliness is this trait which is so important for me, because there are things which we can't see from the outside, and I believe that this spark which does not come from this Barbara, it's a random situation. He comes over not for sex but to rob her, but I believe this is how people behave in such extreme situations. How she did not she did not either call the police nor his parents nor let him go, but she did something else. Seems to me the most interesting. Now the gentleman in the back. Well, I wonder if a boy whom you presented in such a negative terms, that he's immature and he's only after material things. I'm wondering what this woman saw in him, what this grown-up, what this mature woman saw in a 17-year-old guy, who, as you presented him, does not have any positive value, unless he might be extremely handsome, but this is the only thing that comes to my mind. But I think in every such relation there has to be some sort of a some sort of a communion between them. Yes, there has to be some sort of something in this boy that this middle-aged woman really cared for him so much. I don't see why she would go to bed with him after his attempt to steal. My view is that she wasn't looking for romance. It was just a moment, and after she followed this route, she decided to just move on, to go on. And why this happened? It's just, I suppose, it's just a random situation. She was not sober. Then she probably she would rationalize it afterward. But you know, a few hours before, she was at his parents' house and she saw him, and she didn't plan at that time to sleep with him. She saw him many times as a neighbor. He was younger than her children who were studying already. But this is how it happened. She probably decided that she needs that. Well, for me, it's the only thing you can see is that she felt rejected. But then we go to certain trait of character of the character. Well, we could also agree that this is a very romantic story. He broke into her house to go to some sort of a trip with his girlfriend, and then he sacrificed everything so that she should be honored or bind her to himself. And then he has to come over for the reasons that we know about, and he would sacrifice his innocence, well, to support or in a way build this relation with the woman he loves. This is very, very romantic because he risked his freedom. He could go to jail. Okay. It's all good. Because it's also a sort of idea. And truth to be told, we could go on like this forever. There are plenty of us here, and everybody could have his own idea, who risked what and who believes in what, and who likes this or that. However, I want you to pay attention to certain mechanism, because you started finally to talk to us about protagonists, whether they're romantic or cynical, who sees what in him. Very good, that's very good. This is what it's all about. Which means this text has potential because it has characters. You started to talk, to discuss whether he's a cynical son of a bitch or an injured child, whether this woman is lonely or is she using him. There was something also about sex in your 50s, etc., etc. This is the gist of it, and very good, because it occurs that your protagonists evoke emotions. They give birth to emotions. So this is where we're going, but still they evoke certain emotions. It can be like this, that from this you will have an erotic film, but you could also have a comedy of errors, or maybe a very deep psychological film about the loneliness of people for different reasons. One of them because he's poor, the other one is rich but he's lonely, etc., etc. It might be about the midlife crisis. It might be a crime story. It might be a life drama. It might be a lot of things which could make this a very interesting watching. This just has to be sorted out. You just have to give one thing to the characters. You have to give them psychological truth. Everybody has their own idea. It's perfect. We have many possibilities. That's why script writing is an art, because where you have choice, there's an art. And you have choice here. You can choose. You can choose a number of solutions. You can choose a number of truths and a number of behaviors of your protagonist. It's all up for you to choose. If you can put it in the right order, it might sometimes be even a shocking film. If you go into a certain shallow discussion about life in the village, nothing will happen. But this is for you to choose. However, the chance, the opportunity is there. And I'm telling you, there is emotion. This might evoke, this will and might and will evoke emotion. When you say, I don't believe in what he sees in her, or she believes in here, this is already emotion. This is also of interest. Now the author will say, I will try to convince you of what she sees in him or he sees in her. This is why I'm making the film. This is how it works. We have two protagonists here in whom I can believe. And the obstacles, the problems, whatever you will put in there, it's your choice. Thank you very much. Katarzyna Nakielska-Pawluk. She's coming. Please sit down. Let's do it like this. I believe that I will read this because instead of hearing the story maybe being told, I will try to read this and I will try to relate somehow to that. The first story, is it a TV series or a film? Okay, it's a film. A young and naive Karol just completed his economics degree, but he would like to work in public service, but he only gets jobs in kitchens. He loses to many strange people, often with lower qualifications. Okay, we've got 1/4 of a page devoted to this. Which scenes will you write to show this? To start off, I would like a scene that would be at the moment, at the same time will be a closing scene, which it's not what I'm asking about. Once again, a young and naive Karol completed his economics degree. He looks for a job. How will you find him? How will you show that he completed economics degree and he wants to work in a civil service, and but he is offered a job in McDonald's? Well, the first scene will be a scene in the local job office, and the lady who's a job counselor analyzes the CV of Karol and asks him, so what did you? Oh, you've graduated from economics from economics faculty, but no, you can't be a sales representative. They require experience, but you can work on the cashier in a supermarket. Do you accept? And Karol says, but I have a degree. And she says, I did too. Is there another scene to that? The one when he loses in competitions? Yes. The second one will be in one of the offices where we have Karol at the recruitment and at the job interview with the jury from the same office, and the head of the jury, there are like three officials which are interviewing him for his job, and the head of the committee says, "All right, so very well. We really like your answers. We can see that you very well know the Public Finance Act. Now, could you also tell us why do you want to work in the controls department of our office?" I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. You can't listen to that too, even though you can. I can see everybody's thrilled. But I feel the vomit going through my nose. How can you this is a very good example. Information instead of a scene. Information instead of drama. A scene at the job office. This is a pure information. I don't give a shit that that she offers him a job at the supermarket. Who will watch that? A scene among local government officials, and that he knows the Finance Act. There's no place for the film there. How can you write such scenes? They are there to give us some sort of information, because it was verbalized. Well, we want to have the information. It gives us the information that he graduated, because it's verbalized there. How can you write such a scene? I'm sorry. If anyone in this room thinks that you can write such scenes, it means he should look for a different profession, because you can't. Please don't be offended. You can't. Don't feel offended. You can't write such things. You want to write such thing about a guy, and how are we building? How are we building a character? How are we building a protagonist? There's a guy standing in his business suit. He goes to a job interview, or he goes to an office. He's a boring git, and I just hope that this job office will burn, or that this officer will rape him, or something will run over him, or something happens. But nothing happens. He wants a job, but there's no job. This is fantastic. We really discovered America. Okay. First thing, there are plenty of things coming to my mind. First thing, write that the guy is standing in the McDonald's. He's all dirty with there are buns everywhere, and somebody's shouting at him. These hamburgers are falling apart. Write a scene full of conflict, a scene full of make him throw this hamburger and saying, "I didn't complete my diploma in economics at the Jagiellonian University, you stupid cunt." Then we've got something happening. It shows something. You've shown everything that you wanted to show, and I know something about the protagonist. I know that he is able to do something. He's been driven to the wall, and I say, I like this guy. This is a guy who has a problem. Maybe he fell low, but he's got the balls. I know everything about him, but at the same time, I've got a scene which I'm watching, and I like to watch it because there's action, there's a plot. We got the same information. You see, we get the same information, and something is happening. So instead of your two scenes, you should develop 100. It can be anything else. It can be his father. It can be a factory or anything else. For this is your well-developed imagination. to come up with things which are not too straightforward. It might be too straightforward or may not, but you have to give the information in such a way. Please remember this. Every information in the film has at the same time to be a part of the plot and of the drama. Otherwise, it's just information and then you've got a news release. We're not interested in that. We are interested in arts. We are filming. We're doing a film. Okay, let me read further. On advice of Anna, his girlfriend, he signs up to a political party zgoda, which means agreement, in his region. So quite soon he learns that it's not the real ability, but the people you know that make you rise in the ranks. He gets more engaged in the work. He gets engaged in his work for the party and gets a job finally in one of the offices. Well, some people dream about that, but you don't always have to make films about that. Once again, please come up with one scene. Maybe in the same McDonald's where he threw a hamburger at his colleague. I'm sorry, I'm following on with my idea. Maybe there are the guys who are sitting there, and he learns about that. So you have to write a scene where his girlfriend is trying to tell him, different from this, what you have in mind. Can you see this scene where his girlfriend tells him, go sign up for a party, you will become a politician, you will not have to work anymore. Never ever write a scene in which a protagonist first says something and then does it. 1 second. Don't interrupt me. I will want to. This is not ripping apart your text. It is something that I want to say to understand certain mechanism. That one scene starts the next scene, and this starts the next scene. Otherwise, we just inform each other. Okay, he didn't get a job. Now his girlfriend tells him that he needs to work, that he has to join a party, etc., etc. Now we still need a scene because it can't be another talked through scene where he will be said that he won't get the best job in the party yet, but something has to happen. Then you write politics. He starts to believe that he can change the world with politics. Okay, yes, I understand that. He believes that he gets fascinated in that. Further on, he starts to be fascinated with the person of Baron, of Peter Baron, who's the local party leader. He wants to win his confidence and draws attention of Piotr to himself during a party meeting with an eloquent speech. Well, you have to still work on the scenes here. Something happened. And now the most important part. No, not yet. Baron invites... Sorry, we're already past the half of the film. Baron invites Karol... Baron invites Karol to his place, which is observed by the Piotr's rival. Okay. This guy gets a work below his qualifications. In a while, he starts to make a career. What are the scenes there? It's a different story. He starts to go into politics. He likes this. He likes the charismatic leader of the party, Piotr. And Piotr has a deputy, Jan, who's also his rival for leadership in the party. So we've got protagonist, antagonist. There's something is brewing there. And now, afternoon meeting of Piotr with Jan with Karol is getting longer. They are drinking whiskey. Karol tells Piotr about his political ideals, and Piotr declares that he will help him, after which he rapes him. It's a drama. You know, when I read this, I was expecting many things, but I didn't expect that, so this is good. Okay, but everything is fine, but now you wrote the majority of this one page of yours, which I read, and truth to be told, I don't know what's the content of this film, because this is where the film starts. This is the first turning point of the film. Something starts. So he raped him. Yes, okay. So the elderly guy got the young guy drunk and then raped him. The politician, from the front pages of newspapers. You get the situation becomes dense. Moreover, this boy had some sort of ideals. Then he landed in, well, how to say this? So his ideals suddenly went awry. However, not totally. Yes, they come at a price. Something happened. A thing happened that we didn't expect. This is all right. What's further? So at the moment, when you have a chance to build a real political, human or any other type of drama, you start to write a sort of a political agitation film. There's no people, there's just politics. It's horrible. Something happened. Did he like it or didn't he like it? No, he didn't. Okay. He didn't like it, but he still wanted to make a career in his party, because he's got dreams, and this is a prize for him. The logline for this film is, once you the birds of feather flock together. So they're all doing it. What is this film about? Is it a film about politics, or and this is where it starts to rip at the seams, you know. A guy with ideals was used by an affluent politician. He has kids and women, and he's from a person of certain party of certain values, and suddenly, bam! He got drunk, a young guy, and raped him. And now this is a time for real drama. How this young guy behaves? What will happen when he wakes up? If he didn't like it, and it's a gay romance, you can do that, no problem. You can also make such a film. However, if he didn't like this and he feels drunk, being forced drunk and raped, then he has a real problem in this situation. What will he do? Will he tell about this? Because, you know, the topic of rape, which unfortunately in our culture is a thing you don't. It's stigmatizing. Is a sort of stigma. We're talking a rape on a woman, but this rape in this case is not only a rape on a man. There's also a difference in ages. There's a professional relationship. There are those ideals, everything suddenly destroyed. There are really very strong things happening here. The next sentence is the following: the career of Karol grows faster. When I read that, okay, I believe that I interpret it like this. So this old guy fucks him every night. How can you, after such a twisting point, after such a turning point, how can you have a business as usual? What are we doing? What is he doing? Is he saying, "Oh, nothing happened. I'm sorry, ended up in your ass just by accident"? It's not like this. I wanted to do something else, or I slipped under the shower, and landed up in you. Sorry for being brutal, but I'm putting this on the ground. But you forced me to do this. You're writing such things, which force me to reject this straight away, because you brought your protagonist in a better way to an extreme point, to an extreme situation, and now you tell me, okay, so his career is becoming faster together with Piotr corrupting his party colleagues. He gets additional financial and non-financial means to proceed to further his career. Karol becomes one of the minister. Karol is being invited. Karol is visited by Jan in his office. And then you should write here that Jan is being raped by Karol, but it's not so. Piotr is being Zgoda loses the next Zgoda loses the next election. These are the preliminary. These are faster elections, so this is not 4 years which has passed. Piotr resigns as a prime minister. Karol is to lead the party to success. Karol is the minister of health. He leads the party to the failure. Piotr and Jan start to accuse Karol, and in his last speech to the party, Karol decides to disclose all the secrets. How will his family react to that? How will people react to that? Will he say his speech to the end? Okay, we might laugh, but this is very dangerous. Not because somebody raped someone and politicians are like this or like that, and you know something about that or you don't. But this is dangerous because in here you show a certain illness. Not the illness that you think about. You show a certain illness which is common among artists and society in this country. And this illness is called superficiality. Because what you have what not in this film? Rapes, girl, party, studies, university, somebody's a tycoon, somebody's happier, somebody's less happy, some behind the scenes games in the party, then at the end the head of the party or the prime minister says, I generally lost the election, my party lost the election, but 2 years ago Mr. Piotr raped me and made me drunk. Somebody you would think that there are many things happening there. Let's run away from such things. A simple story about a boy who believed in a certain politician, and this politician used them sexually or in another way. It's a simple human story about the downfall of ideals. Because you said that he has idea, he has to think about all this after this rape. Whether he has to think whether he would disclose that, or whether he would be still believing in his old idol, or will he believe in his career, and whether he would decide, okay, what happened has happened, but I've got now something against Piotr, and I can blackmail him, and I can tell him that, and well, you have all sorts of possibilities. You have a moment here. I didn't, as I said, I didn't expect the rape, and this makes a turning point and gives you an open perspective, and you're going into superficial political story. You tell about that one party, a story about one party winning, the other party losing. There are tycoons, there are leaders, blah blah. We hate this. We don't like this. We vomit with this. When a normal person reads a newspaper, or news on the website, we just want to throw up. Where's a human being in there? Where's the human drama in there? No greatest historical events will find their place in a film if the human drama is not put at the front of the film. You want to say during 2 hours. That's why I ask you if it's not a TV series, because if you put it in 2 hours, it's gonna be a superficial, empty agitation movie. Please concentrate on what this guy has to do, and tell this story, the story of 1 week's time or a month's time. You don't need elections, who won, who lost. We don't care. The horrible thing is that somebody believed that, and it all suddenly was turned into dust. And now he has to rise from ashes as a person, not as a head of local political structures, not as a politician, as a human being. This is the core of what I'm telling you now. I'm telling you this because this is a very, very common situation. We are used into the way how the world communicates with us. We write and treat our stories in a totally superficial manner. I already told this to my students, but I will repeat that once again. How people are relating the information about the attacks in Brussels with numbers. How many people died? 30 people. It's a useless attack. There were 118 in Paris. But the fact that each of those persons who died was somebody's father or child, or he had a mother, and the ocean of pain which spilled around among their families and friends, and this huge trauma. Nobody's interested in that. There are no people, there are just numbers. So many killed in here, so many killed in there, so many died there, so many exploded here. This dress on this woman is worth 100,000. Who's this woman? I don't give a fuck. This is the problem. Well, you know, but there are so many people dying on Polish roads as every weekend as we have people dead in Brussels, and nobody cares. That's why. That's true, and that's why I would like to ask you not to write such things, but to concentrate on your protagonist. I would like to ask you to concentrate, to focus on his psychological situation, where he started and where he ended, so that you don't write about parties of the political parties. And I would like you to know what he told his girlfriend when he came back from Piotr, and what he said Piotr the next day. I don't care if they won or not as a party. If you understood what I said, I hope that we will meet here once again, and you will bring some great script. I have a right to my last word. Yes. We have a scene which is not in the script. This is when the Karol realizes about this brutal truth that you need to know somebody to have a job. And when he realizes that he lost his job interview with people who had no experience or knowledge, he wants to report that. He's a young and naive, as I said in the beginning. He wants to report this. He wants to write to the press, but then his girlfriend says, "Don't fight the whole world." And he takes this. He says this literally, and he sort of pushes it back in himself. And this is, however, this last scene when he says he wants to say everything. He tells Anna that he pushed all this inside, he retained all this in his soul, but he wants to now disclose it to the world. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. It's late. I think you're already tired. I'm already tired. Okay, I see a text that does not require too much of my derision. Mr. Michał Drzewiecki. I don't know anything about your script, so you will tell us. Just to give you a short synopsis in 2 sentences, the film tells a story about 7 horse riders of the Napoleonic, 7 Napoleonic soldiers. They learn when they come back from, when they are retreating from Moscow. They learn that sometimes the biggest problem is the internal phobias, and sometimes only a few days without food is the border between you being human and animal. It's a combination of thriller and a war drama, and it starts during the retreat from Moscow, where Napoleon is being defeated, suffers ignominious defeat. His army retreats in chaos during a very harsh winter, and 7 Polish riders are being any sort of food because the army is dying of starvation. They get lost. They don't find anything. They get lost in the wilderness, and they meet Grabowski, who say that claims he's the last man surviving from his unit, and he's on a very important mission because he has orders, and he asks the lieutenant who's the commander of the unit to accompany him with a very important to accompany him on his trip to bring the orders to the commandment. He promises them to a village not far away where they should find food, so they agree to this. As it sometimes and as it often happens, the situation does not evolve according to the plan. The Cossacks are on their heels. The protagonists are getting weaker because of hunger. There's plenty of conflict between them, and situations from the past between our cavaliers. So finally the unit is torn apart by internal conflicts, but they have to cooperate to survive. And additionally, the mission of their new brother-in-arms has a dark second level which they never knew about, and the secrets start to emerge, and soldiers start to die in mysterious circumstances. We've got a collective hero, collective protagonist. But among them we have a medic of the unit's medic who has to pass the exam of his humanity and his courage, and he has to fight his own phobias and traumas from the past, the demons which haunt him. according to the saying that the hardest fight we have to fight is with ourselves. Very good. Anything more about the protagonist? I can tell you about each one of themselves, but no, please tell us about the main one. The main protagonist is a man of a very rich past, a very, I would say, swashbuckler's past. He's an educated medic, but at some point during a drinking binge, he shot somebody, and he was so beset by his conscience that he promised himself that he will not kill anyone else, and he was forced to join the army. As the only soldier, he states that he's not there to kill but to cure, and he doesn't want to use the weapon, but increasingly the situation forces him to grab the weapon in the name, according to the rule that in order to fight a predator you have to become a predator. I can see that you have this well developed. You're well thought out. We've got the background, we've got the protagonist. So now I have a second question. Who's the predator? The main antagonist who appears after a while. The first one is are circumstances around them. So the winter, they fought for life, and the Cossacks, of course, who pursue them. Yeah, let's call them the natural enemy. However, the Grabiński, the man whom they meet, who seems to be a person of a very superficial charisma, he can show the way. He's able to help everybody. He helps them to get food in a very untypical way. They think that it's a food, it's a meat from that horse, but then they learned it's from somewhere else. It's a cynical act, but it saves the life of the people. The more secrets of his emerge, he starts to murder people who learn about his past, and finally there's a final standoff between him and the medic. We don't know until the very end that he kills. We don't know until the very end who's the murderer, but we know it's one of them. No, it occurs only during the third act that it's the one of him who's the murderer. When another chevalier is killed, and they already start to realize it's someone from the inside. I was inspired by The Thing. You know the film, the horror film. So in the third act, you've got this paranoia. One of the protagonists, one of the heroes, one of the characters. His name is Ante. He was never married. He's very religious, and his family is his unit. His religiousness is very natural, and he believes it's a sort of a curse. It must be something supernatural. But Grabiński, seeing that, manipulates them into in order to push the to push away the suspicion away from himself. Well, you've got an interesting background. It's quite an interesting historical background. It's a true background. You've got a protagonist with a certain past. Very good. You also have a certain type of horror in a closed group. You've got it's a bit like Alien, Ridley Scott's Alien. Yes. When you read this, it's fantastic. However, there's only one problem, or maybe two problems, which cause that you should think how your script, how your idea should rise one level up or two levels up. In your case, in case of your scenario, they just have to survive. There's nothing more. At least from what I've read and what you told me, that somebody kills them. And here I think is the second mistake, because the second mistake is such that some of those deaths you build in such a way that they can be random or resulting from external circumstances. However, if you are inspired by Ridley Scott, a much stronger situation would be such a situation when they, after the first death, know that one of them killed, but there's no escape, because outside the danger is higher. If they disperse, the Cossacks will kill them or they will freeze. So in here you've got a much better situation, because they know that one of them is a murderer, but they also know that they have to cooperate with this murderer. So this is a much stronger point. It's like a basics of drama. We talk here about the fundamentals. We know that one of them killed. Let's guard one another. If you want to run away, serve yourself. If you want to stay, suit yourself. We can't do that. It's a death for them. The second thing is you should sort of bring it to the next level, giving them a stake. In Ridley Scott, because we sort of it's a cult film, it's a good it's a good example. If the stake is such, if this alien gets to the Earth, that would cause a huge carnage on the Earth. It's not just saving your own life. You have to destroy and annihilate the monster and put it away from put it at a distance from anything that has to do with humanity. This is Ridley Scott's idea. She was not saving just her own ass. She was saving the whole humanity. This is also the case here. You should also come up with something higher for them, and because otherwise we come back here to the scriptwriter's hand. Why did we build this scene? So that the protagonists could murder each other cheerfully among themselves. It doesn't matter if it's today or during Napoleonic times or in the desert or in the snow or in the sea or anywhere. It doesn't matter at all, unless you show that the survival of any one of them will be weighing on the situation of Poland, or death of Napoleon, or the direction of war, or the life of somebody's daughter, but the stake for which we are fighting has to be higher than survival, because that would make it a better film. Of course, you can build a thriller now about who kills whom and who will die last. We have millions of B-rate films like that. Kill guys closed in one factory, under a mountain, somewhere else. If somebody dies, we will just see who will survive as the last one. Agatha Christie was the first one with a story about 10 little Negroes. However, I don't want to be derisive about that, because first of all, you didn't give me a chance. You were very general about that. It's like a very, very literary bubble which does not allow me to relate to this. However, you did one thing, and this is very important. When writing, you started my imagination, and this is also something which you should be aware of, my dears, because every text that you write will have to be sold. You will have to get a producer interested, an actor, somebody else. In order to succeed in that, you have to start their imagination, and you made me picture this step this snow, this hunger, these 7 Polish soldiers retreating from a unsuccessful battle with one first, second, third, fifth disaster hitting them. I can really picture that. So this is very good. You really worked it out very well. I don't want to listen about all of those heroes, all those characters, but I understand each of them has a soul. Why does Grabinski want to kill everybody? He doesn't want to kill them. He wants to come home, but he's a slightly psychopathic. He doesn't want to kill them, but if he needs to kill them, he will do that. It's not enough. It's not enough. Maybe they should have someone, or maybe they have something that they don't know they have, and he knows it. There has to be something. No, come on. It's just some money, some trinkets, and he will come back with a purse. This is much too little. In the best horrors, or let's say the pasture of Nostromo, there are only 2 possibilities. You either have evil, which is illogical, and then we have a predator which kills because it is a predator and you can't talk to him. Then it's horrible because it's unstoppable. Or we've got Freddy Krueger or some other guy from Elm Street or some other monster which is created to kill, and that's why it's so horrible, because we're horrible because we can't discuss with him and we can't persuade him. It's created to kill. A total atavist fear. But there's another chance. Another chance is somebody who does it out of calculation. He has a goal, but this goal has to be something. Otherwise, even the weakest, in order for us to be afraid, the weakest murderer is the one who did something by chance. Then they would kill the second one, and we know that he's useless, and then he will be hit with a shovel and die. You want to build something. You want to build a horror film, a thriller. You want to evoke dread. If you want to do this, if you want to build dread, you have to explain to us, or not explain, but somehow build this Grabinski guy differently. If the fear in your film is based on we don't know where the death comes from because we don't know who's bad, we at least have to know who's the good guy. We at least need to know that our protagonist is a hero and not a murderer. Well, we had the films when it occurred that the hero is actually an anti-hero, but they don't give satisfaction to the viewers. You need the protagonist and the enemy. The protagonist has to be there. Everybody else is a cannon fodder. We will know that everybody else will be killed. They are there to be killed in this horror type of story. There's one more thing. If we are looking to those yardsticks from server, yes, of course, we're reaching for them because you have to watch. We have to look for things that we like. We have to look for solutions. Don't force yourself to be independent or original. Try to be inspired. The art is always an inspiration. Other artists for thousands of years were inspired by other artists, and you're also allowed to do that. So, after Ridley Scott, the next film, the second Alien, was made by James Cameron. What did he do to get it to the next level? He added more he added more aliens to make it more explosive. You've got Hollywood, and it had to have to be stronger. But he did one more ingenious thing, because he added a child to the protagonist, and suddenly we have a totally different movie. Now we're really crossing our fingers for the protagonist, and the child is helpless. We're saying, oh right, this is it's Hollywood. They're adding more aliens, more explosive commandos, and Navy SEALs, but we've got a woman and a child who fight for survival. Now think for yourself whether in this all snowstorm there shouldn't be anybody else. I'm trying to be. I'm cynical from a cynical drama point of view. Shouldn't you have someone else who is totally innocent, and because they're innocent, is someone we cross our fingers for, and might also become a victim or might be saved? You will immediately go away from a simple slasher with people killing one another. Suddenly we introduce something else. We introduce emotions. If they found someone, a poor, semi-frozen child, then suddenly we have one more purpose to watch this film. Because let me repeat that. In a film in which we don't know who's the murderer, will be in a way boring, because we will see how the people will be dying consecutively. However, once we know whom we are for, whom we want to support, then suddenly it raises interest. We will think immediately, oh, this medic guy is such a fine guy, let him save this woman, or let him save this child, let them go towards the setting sun, etc., etc. You can imagine things. You can let her parents be killed by the Poles, his parents be killed by the Cossacks, etc., etc. You can sort of the sky's the limit, but it's always. That's why you have producers. That's why you have people whom you call script doctors. Sometimes they are competent, sometimes they're totally incompetent, so that they could help you with certain things, because they would tell you, make it stronger. It will make it stronger. Because what I'm looking for in a film, I'm looking for emotions. I'm not looking for the deaths of Franek Józek, whom I didn't even know personally. But don't kill the child. Don't kill the horse. Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the innocents. Who of you saw the film Dancing with Wolves? Which is the strongest scene of the film? Of course, it's the scene when his wolf was killed. In the cinema, you've got 150,000 deaths. It starts with a carnage. But who bloody cares? Nobody. They kill each other, they shoot each other, they rape each other, but we don't bloody care. But his dog was killed, and everybody cries. You can laugh, but this is how it works. So draw your conclusions from this. Okay, it's 3 p.m. Is it not enough for you? To be quite honest with you, I told you everything already. No, I didn't. Truth to be told, it takes time, but I told you everything what I'm repeating during the courses for my students and during classes, and everything that I know about this job. Okay, half an hour more. Now I feel morally blackmailed. There's half an hour left, and now I will massacre someone. Thank you, Michał. You wanted this. Mr. David Drusz, I think I will not massacre you. Tell me a story, but quick. The protagonist in my film is Łukasz, is a wannabe painter, 30 years old, who comes to Warsaw to earn money. He gets a job in a big corporation in Warsaw. And he's thrown into the world that does not, that is not his real world. He meets a 50-year-old Jan, a very competent and experienced employer of the company, who's the leader, but informal one. And everybody else follows Jan. At some point, Łukasz is getting frustrated with a system in this, which is in the company, and he decides to raise a protest. He goes with this idea to Jan, who's the leader in this company, and sensing, even though Jan seems to be a person subdued by the system and very pragmatic, sober looking, he does have second thoughts about his ideas. Well, we don't care. What's happening? What's up? Well, he convinces Jan to join the strike. The strike starts, but it does not evoke any interest from the media and the community, which was the main goal of the strikers. Additionally, the action takes place in Warsaw during a hot summer, so this heat is a huge problem because the employees sit in a small room, and the boss tries to break the strike. So the strike does not bring any effect. So Łukasz has an abstract idea to lure in the recipients of the strike. So he publishes the idea that the employees will eat one of their co-workers. So then the media gets interested in all the media, all of this affair, but the press ridiculed the idea, its absurdity. Łukasz, of course, planned to draw the attention of the media. He didn't really mean to eat any of his colleagues. However, Jan's irritated ambition and also the co-workers' ambition make this become true. And what happens, it's Łukasz who gets eaten. Well, the end of the film solves the whole mystery of the absurdity of this event. Of course, when Łukasz was announcing this idea, he fainted from the heat, and whatever happened later was a scene taking place in his mind. It was just in his dream. The last sequence is a scene in which Jan comes to visit Łukasz in hospital, and he wakes up still not knowing exactly what's happening. He learns that it was only a dream. All right. So What's good in the idea? Well, certain Monty Python-esque absurdity. There is some joke. You really have to have the balls to come up with an idea that the corporate employees will strike in a way that they will each one of them be from among themselves. Apart from that, there's nothing inside. There's one thing which I tell my students never to do. I tell them they're forbidden to make films about dreams, and this is what you, because in the dream you can put any sort of idiocy, and this is what you do. If I have a small work in which you have an explanation of all sorts of imbecilisms, and they tell me, well, it was just a dream, then I must say it's not exactly something that I like. We forbid this from the very beginning, and they try not to do this. And the fact that this is a dream kills the whole idea here. Because, you know, the best films are those which have a certain dose of creative abstraction. If you put this film, set this film in real life situation, I can imagine this, that even though it's difficult for me, that a group of corporate employees would say that they would strike. The corporations are built in such a way that people would not go on strike. You know, the working class had certain power. They had certain. We had right now the trade unions are not protesting; they're doing politics. There are less and less reasons for the people to collect, to get together and protest. But in corporations, which are built in such a way to sort of limit such situations, this would be unusual. A strike would be unusual, and by this interesting. Okay, let's say something like this happened. Let's say that there's a protest, that nobody gets interested in the protest, which already makes them mad. As you already mentioned, it's very hot. Everybody left for holiday. It's summertime, and these guys are sitting at the seventh floor of one of the skyscrapers. They hang a white and red flag with the inscription "strike," and nobody cares. So they start to publish an information that they will publicly eat from among themselves. Probably you haven't read a book of Tadeusz Konwicki, Little Apocalypsa. 99% of you here didn't. Little Apocalypsis. It's a book about this, that during the communist time, in the full schizophrenia of the system, an opposition writer gets an order from his friends from the opposition movement, from resistance movement, to burn himself in front of the Palace of Culture. It's a similar situation in here. In a situation which is not, which might be probable, in a situation which is probably suddenly an absurd act takes place. This can be, and this is, this might be useful, but there's another error in what you say here, and another very typical situation in which with which I meet every day at school. There's an anecdote which you can say in one sentence. Yeah, it's anecdotal, yes. The employees of a corporation decide to eat from among themselves to as a form of a strike. It's funny, yes, but still there's no plot, there are no characters, and this is very, very dangerous. Sometimes the anecdote can kill the whole film. There's nothing more, because what we looking is at the point of the anecdote. How long is your film? Is it like 7 minutes? Because this is how you could close this film within this time. If you're doing a story, you cannot build this on this one joke. You also have to think when this joke is being made. Is it like a turning point? Or is it what is interesting in your work? You're writing to me, a guy, a former painter and artist comes to Warsaw, starts to work in the corporate world, doesn't feel good there. He's got a boss who's a corporate rat. He sort of gets into this situation with his colleagues and he convinces them to go on strike. Very good. But now, think about this thing. How a good film would start with all this information. Maybe you could come back to them in a retrospect. But in general, this film should start that in front of the closed door to a conference room stands the CEO with the security officers and tells him, break the door, I pay you for this. And then we move the camera to the other side of the room and we've got 15 scared people who are looking at each other and asking themselves what they have done. And then the CEO says, I'll fire you all. And then the protagonist says, and I'll do this to you, or something. This is a very important remark. Always start your scenes, your scripts, your text as late as possible. This is elementary, and I'm talking about this all the time. We're meeting here every year for 5 years, and I'm always saying this, and people are writing always informational long scenes when somebody came over, they arrived, he went somewhere. Why can't you start a film with a bang? Why can't you start a film with something special? Let the CEO say, okay, it's hot, shut the door, lock them in, and in 2 days it will make them soft and they will resign. This is something. You can do something like this. Let's come back to the fundamentals of drama. What's most important in your script? The information that they decided to go to the media, or that they want to eat somebody, or the strike itself. Which is important? And how does it end? You don't have the idea how it ends because it's just a joke. You just have an idea that at the end the guy woke up, and there's nothing more banal that you could have come up with. Let's think here. What's really important here? If it's strike itself, suit yourself. If strike is a certain culmination, is a certain peak point, don't write a story about the people from the corporations. Tell their true stories about their lives, about their wives, about the children, and suddenly those people, drugged or crazy from the heat, or angry or whatever, they lock the door and they fly the flags. They drove to something. You can tell this story. You can also tell another story, that the strike is there, but they decide to put this strike to get this strike to the next level. Start from the strike, and other things we can find out another things in later scenes, and only after that they say, if we leave, they will be fired and will be finished because everybody's filming us. Everybody knows on Facebook. There are a lot of people watching us. Everybody will be laughing at us as the girl would leave me. A guy from the next room will take over my desk. We have to change something right now. We have to get from a joke one level higher. Let's eat Joseph. Well, we didn't expect that, but that yes, it takes us a level higher. And Joseph says, "Why should you eat me?" And then the story starts. Should they eat him or shouldn't they eat him? Have you seen the film? About the capitalism. It was called The Light Ground Above. It is film about eating people who decided to commit a suicide by eating. In your whole story here, there is a sort of a Monty Python-esque joke, and there's nothing more. If you have no protagonist and you have no drama, then even the best joke, even the best anecdote, are there for nothing. You will not use them anytime. It's the best example of the thing when somebody starts his career in script writing. It's the thing that he shouldn't do. It is again very, very superficial. It's again a joke. It could be absolutely abstract film. They could eat him piece by piece. Have you read Roland Topor? So please read them. Please read during the next week Roland Topor, and you will learn about absurd set in a certain reality. Everybody of you read Sznycel Górski. There's a story of Topor about three guys who are stranded somewhere in the mountains, and they decided to eat one of them. It's exactly the story. They had to. They ate his leg because the leg was frozen solid, and so on and so on. So you have the story about the same thing, but there it has a sense. They have a reason to do that. It happens for a purpose. That is why, because I see a lot of reading your text, I feel a lot of links to literature. I can see you have a broad imagination, and you've got balls, to be quite honest, to sit here and say publicly that the guy was eaten. It is courage. I like this. It's good that you're not afraid. It's good that you've got absurd ideas. However, the film is not there. There's no scenario in there. So, the final 4 minutes. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is really not difficult. All this is not difficult. As I said, your talent, your gift from Our Lady, the Mother of God, is just a 5% of success. You don't need anything more. So you don't need much more. You need to do only one thing, which we as a nation, as a whole, do not do by default. We do not want to learn properly, and we do not follow any rules nor procedures. On one hand, it's great, because we have a wild imagination. On the other hand, in order to write to write a script not having any skills, you would have to be a genius. I strongly believe that the majority of you believe they are geniuses. But I would like to strongly encourage you to simply learn. The problem is that beforehand you have to dirty your hands and do the work. And this is something that is really difficult for all of us, because for the Americans, we are always laughing at them, but he will first read a lot of books, then he will get a lot of his rules, he will put them in his scenario, then he will do a lot of script writing tasks and exercises, and then suddenly he will meet with someone who has a creative mind like Mr. David, and suddenly those rules, those exercises, the ability to build the drama, the plot, which is not in those projects that we discussed. From these abilities, suddenly something exquisite emerges. We say, what a fantastic film, somebody came up with that. It has a beginning, the middle and the end. How it's fantastic to watch. It is fantastic to watch because we have many people who have the will to work. They have a passion. But there are not many people who would like to get their hands dirty beforehand. In Poland it's like this. It's best to be Martin Schumacher before everybody else, before everything. Instead of learning to drive, it's best to be the world champion from the very outset. I have the courage, I have the willpower. This is what the people are all around us. And even though beforehand somebody had to work and grind daily to achieve that, well, not really. Let me repeat that once again to you. Learning and script writing are bound together and you cannot set them apart. That's why we have such script writers. That's why we have a problem with a good text. That's why each one of us thinks that he can do it because it's easy. However, writing a good script is much more difficult than writing a good book, because a script is limited, starting from the sheer volume and ending with the drama. In a novel, you can do anything. You want to write a description for 7 pages, no problem. You can't do it in a script. Writing scripts is a literary activity of huge constraints. It's very, very difficult. And if you do not perform certain preparatory work beforehand, the idea itself will not drive you far. I want to give you a certain general example on following the rules or not following the rules, which is currently very much in line with the situation of our country, but maybe you can turn on your imagination and find out who followed which procedures when and where. So my advice is learn and practice. Don't write first. Prepare yourself. First think, only then write. First practice, then write. Who of you wrote a letter before before writing a script in this room? Who? One person, yes. Very good. Who first wrote one scene and looked how it worked? Who, in general, analyzed the films that he likes and analyze the scenario, the script, how it's written. You did very good. You did a very good job, and I believe you're gonna have a huge success, because this is what you should do now. You should perform a lot of work, which will later make you allow you to do things much better. I'm reading those things. In all this flow of words which you had from this stage, did I say one thing which you didn't know? Not really. Of course not. Did I discover America? Not really. I said something. Did I say something which is innovative? No. So if I'm talking about things which are absolutely obvious, about which you know perfectly, why in the hell am I getting hundreds of scripts where nobody follows any rules? It's just some cheerful babble. Why, when it's so also obvious and so damn simple? I didn't say anything complicated from this stage. It's very simple. So, my dears, if this is so simple, then I have an advice for you. Concentrate, think, and write. Thank you.